Hello everyone, and today we're going to be looking at the French line of succession from the start of the French monarchy to the present day. Now, main reason I'm making this video is because of the recent success. About 2 weeks ago, I did a video on the English monarch line of succession, and that video did really well. So I decided to make one on the French monarchy, which is my second favorite monarchy next to the English monarchy. Basically, what we're going to be doing is going from every year since the start of the monarchy all the way to the present day, showing you who the kings, the various kings that were reigning during this what particular year, they're number one in line and they're number two in line. And we're going to be doing all of this. Now, the main question is for France when it comes to the monarchs. Where do you start? Well, some might say, well, you start with France, you're going to start with the first king of France. It was Philippe II. No, we're not going to start with Philippe II. So you start with Hugh Capet. No, we're going to go back a little bit further than that, or even Charlemagne. Well, we're actually going back further than Charlemagne. We're going all the way back to the year 476, the fall of the Roman Empire. We're going way back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there's a few reasons I started with this, but before I go into those, I got to give two disclaimers before we get started on how the succession works in France. Now, the French succession is a little bit different than in England. In England, they mainly follow a system known as male preference primogeniture, which basically means that the most senior descendant takes the throne, and males take precedence over females, although females can still inherit the throne if there are no males available. In France, it is male-only primogeniture, which means that only men can become king. There are no queens in France. Well, there are queens, but there are no queen regnants. They're all consorts. In other words, they're just the wife of the king. They don't actually reign in their own right. So not only does that male have to be a man, of course, most males are male. It has to come from a strict male-only line. So if the king has a daughter that has a so if a king doesn't have any sons alive, but he has a daughter with a son, that's not allowed. It has to be from a strict male-only line. It's called agnatic primogeniture. The only country today that still follows that rule is Japan. Japan still follows the male preference or the agnatic system, but I don't think any other monarchy does. France, for those of you that don't know, France's monarchy was abolished in 1870, but we are going to be going to the modern day. Basically, what I'm going to be doing is we're going to be tracing who was the king in 1870, Napoleon III, and we're going to be tracing to see who would be the king of France today. But that is actually not a simple question to answer, and you'll see why as we get there. But we're going to be going to the modern day just because of how recent 1870 was. 1870 was only 150 years ago, so that's not that long ago. Yes, I'm not saying 1870 was just yesterday, but in the grand scheme of things, it really wasn't that long ago. So we're going to be starting with 476 AD. Now, the prominence of the date in the year 476 was the fall of the Roman Empire. Now, the Roman Empire had pretty much been collapsing for centuries before 476, but 476 was the year that officially broke, at least in Western Europe, because it fell toward the last few centuries of the Roman Empire. It was basically split into two. You had two dual emperors because the Roman Empire was so big that it was very hard for one person to hold power throughout the entire empire. So there was really two parts. There was the western part and the eastern part. The eastern part mainly consists of the Middle East today, as well as like Russia and those types of countries over there. Was the Eastern Roman Empire. Now, the Eastern Roman Empire actually stayed somewhat united after the fall of the entire thing. It still fell, but it became a thing. It became a little an organization an empire known as the Byzantine Empire. Have you ever heard of the Byzantine Empire? That actually lasted until about 1432 when it was taken over by the Ottoman Empire. And then the Ottomans eventually fell after World War I, and then it became Turkey in 1922. So that's kind of the history behind the eastern part. But the western part mainly consists of modern-day Germany, France, basically the Mediterranean seaboard, including the Iberian Peninsula where Spain is today. That was all the western part. And the western part had been pretty ununited. It had been pretty separated. There were a ton of different groups. There was Austrasia, Neustria, and then a part where this individual here, Childeric, ruled over, which were the Salian Franks. The Salian Franks, Austrasia, and Neustria. Those were the three main groups. Neustria was mainly in France, Austrasia was mainly in Germany, and then the Salian Franks were in a small part of modern-day Germany. So that was part of the Western Empire. Now, the Western Empire did come to a collapse in 476. And the first king that we're going to be going over today was actually not a king of France, because France did not even exist yet as a 476. We're going to bring out the laser pointer here. It didn't exist in 476. In fact, this was just the kingdom of the Salian Franks, because the Roman Empire had fell, and Western Europe is not doing good right now. So Childeric, his name is I thought it was Childeric, but I was watching videos last night, and I realized that his name was actually Childeric the First, not Childeric. So he is known as Childeric the First. He was the leader of the Salian Franks at the time. Now, he was part of a dynasty known as the Merovingians. The Merovingians are a very ancient dynasty that goes back to the Roman times, as you know, this is kind of taking place during. His father was a guy named Merovec, who the Merovingians are named after. Lydia's here.
Hey guys.
The Merovingians are named after his father, Merovec of the Franks. He was part of the Salian Franks. He was actually pro-Roman during the later stages of the empire, but he did die in 457, and his son was Childeric I of the Salian Franks. So he is the leader of that Salian Frank groups. Remember, there is Austrasia and Neustria also out there in the territories that we're going to have to deal with. His heir in 476 is his eldest son, Clovis. Now, Clovis will eventually become a very influential king. A lot of people consider him the first king of the Franks. Childeric didn't really rule over the Franks. He was more of a Salian, Merovingian leader. But I do include him here just because I wanted to go back to the fall of the Romans. And then next in line is Childeric had his father, Merovec, had a brother named Adalbert, and this is Adalbert right here. He was born back in 415. So he is pretty old at this point. He was the younger brother of Merovec, this guy's father, who was pretty old. So we skip ahead to the 470s here. Not much happens. In 481, Childeric I dies. Pretty early on into his reign there. Well, he had actually been on the throne of the Merovingian, the Salian Frank throne since 457, so he had actually already been reigning for about 19 years prior to him taking this supposed throne that I'm talking about right now. So he actually ended up ruling for about 24 years, which isn't bad for the 400s. A lot of people did not live long back then. This is a very early time. So in 482, we get to Clovis. Clovis becomes King Clovis I. Clovis is very important because he is generally considered to be the first king of the Franks. The Salian Franks kind of develop into a huge union of nations called the Kingdom of the Franks, or the Frankish Empire, some people call it. Basically, Austrasia did still exist in the 480s, but he was the first to unite all the Franks. He also was one of the first European leaders, post-Roman European leaders, to convert to Christianity, which was, and if you think about that, Christianity was a pretty new concept back in 482. This is only, the crucifixion was literally about 400 years before this. So this was a very new concept. The Roman Catholicism was what it was. That was the OG form, and he was the first guy to do that. And that was actually, I'm not here to preach or anything, but you cannot deny how much of an impact that had on France and just Western Europe in general, because the Frankish Empire was actually a pretty huge territory, and Clovis I was the first guy to unite all that, so that was pretty good. He was, again, a Merovingian. Most people consider him to be the first one because we don't know a lot about Childeric, his father. We don't know a bunch about him. Keep in mind, too, when it comes to the heirs, this is Adalbert. Adalbert has a son at this point named Adalbertus de Reims of Rome. He was born in 440. Keep in mind, though, when it comes to the heirs, the records, especially when we're dealing back to this era, this period are very, let's just say, murky, because the records really are not that accurate. Clovis I could have very, very easily had a brother that could have taken the throne, but just for the recorded history, these are the only two that we can confirm to be a possible heir. So at least for these first few hundred years, we're not as concerned with who was the number one and number two heir. We're just more concerned about who was a possibility, because we don't know. I mean, Adalbert, there was a very good chance he was the heir to Clovis I in 482, but we don't know for sure if Clovis had a brother or not. That brother probably had no sort of significance, so nobody really recorded it. Again, this is about 1,800 years ago. No, not 1,000. This is about 1,600 years ago, over 1,500 years ago. This is a very long time. So this is Adalbert has a son. Clovis does not have any kids yet. He will eventually have some to continue on the Merovingian dynasty. Let's see here. So Clovis I he reigns for quite a while. So not much changes until we get to 491. In 491, Adalbert passes away, leaving Adalbertus as the number one heir as we get to 492. And then he has a son by the name of... So this is going to be the grandson of Adalbert. This guy's name is Adalbertus' son, Roan of Reims. Now, he lived to be 121 years old, this guy. He lives a very long time. St. Roan of Reims. Now, I don't know if that's true. Again, the records are not good. But he's now the second heir, being the son of Adalbertus here. Much changes until we get to 496, because in 496, Clovis I has a son. And his son is Childebert. His son's name's Childebert. He will eventually become King Childebert I once Clovis dies here in 511, which we'll get to that. So 496, he has Childebert I. And in 497, he has his second son by the name of Clotaire I. Clotaire. Clovis actually ended up having quite a few kids, but Clotaire and Childebert actually ended up becoming king later on. As you can see, you can kind of tell by them there. But that's in 497. It wasn't until 509 that Clovis I officially united Austrasia and Neustria into the full kingdom of the Franks as we knew it. This was when Clovis was at his height of power, and after he died, he kind of made a bad decision. After he died, he kind of made a bad decision to split his kingdom up between his sons, which did not go well because it was not united anymore. So once we get to 511, that was the year that Clovis I died. Clovis I passed away in 511, leaving the throne to his son Childebert. Childebert becomes king of the eastern portion of the Salian territory of the Franks, which is now considered part of Germany. Franks really started in Germany. It wasn't really part of France yet, but the only reason we're doing this like, oh, why are you talking about kings that didn't even rule in France? These guys were German people. Well, it's because the Franks eventually turned into that area, which eventually then turned into France. So that's just how it is. So Childebert currently is the king in 512, with the heir being Clotaire. Le Vieux is there, and then this guy is back. Forgot his name. It was Roan of Rome or something. Rome or something. I cannot remember his name. Rome, right here. He was now third in line, but he's not very important because he's not really in line, but he is. He's just not really. So Childebert I is now on the throne. Now he again, the kingdom of the Franks is split during his reign here. And then his heir obviously is Clotaire, and then this guy over here, Rome. So the 510s happen right now. Get until we get to 517. And 517, Childebert's brother, Clotaire, has a son by the name of Charibert. Charibert the first de Paris right here. Clotaire is actually currently ruling over a kingdom in France, what is now modern day France, and Paris, the city, did exist in 517. It is old, man. I mean, Paris has been around since the 500s. And Childebert, that's where they're from. That's where they live right now. Although Childebert's mainly ruling over German territory in 517. Move on up to 520 and then 530s. He's still ruling for a while. Not much happens, except he's just true. The wars are happening, but he lives quite a while until we get to 558. He had a long reign. Look at that. That's a long reign. He had been on the throne for a long time. I mean, took the throne in 511, rules all the way up through all these years. He's been on the throne for quite a long time. One of the longest reigning Merovingians. What did I just do? Oh, okay. 558, Childebert dies, leaving the throne to Clotaire. Clotaire becomes the king in 559. Well, technically 558. But the way I do this, you see how I do it. If they died, I count the year they were alive in, but they were born. I count the year they were born in. So Clotaire the first is now on the throne as of 559. His son, de Paris, Charibert is now the number one heir, and then Charibert has a younger brother named Chilperic de Neustria. So he was actually kind of a duke in Neustria. The Neustrian territory was mainly what this guy here, Clotaire, is ruling over. Although the Austrasian portion is still kind of in conflict, although he still has the rights to that territory. So again, still Merovingians. So as we get to 561, Clotaire does not reign for a long time because he dies in 561 after just a few short years on the throne, leaving his son, Charibert. Charibert is now the king in 562, but he doesn't last too long either because Roan of Rheims is back. Roan of Rheims is still the heir. He is getting pretty old. He's about 100 years old. I mean, the fact that he's still around is kind of crazy because if you go all the way back, I mean, look at this. He was the heir back in the 490s. And he's coming back. Supposedly, I'm not going to go on a rant here, but I feel like I don't know why they think he's still alive. I mean, this is 564. He's still kicking. I mean, that even goes on until 567 because this guy is still on the throne. Roan of Rheims is his second heir, and then Theodoric is the second heir, is the first heir, being his brother Chilperic right here. But 567, Charbert dies. Charbert I dies, leaving Childeric de Neustria, of Neustria. De is just of, essentially, in French. He is now the king in 568 of the Franks. So I got some snaps here. But yeah, it's 568. His heir is guy Roan of Rheims, and then Roan of Rheims actually has a son at this point. Let me find it real quick. He's got a son by the name of I don't know his name. I can't remember. Hold on. He was assigned a saint. Roan of Rheims was actually a saint. He was assigned by King. He was a bishop of Roan from 549 to 577 by the Queen. Frednund crowned him saint, gifted him the sainthood. I cannot find his child, but just trust me that is his kid. Oh, Saint Aquitaine, Beaudugazile, 562 to 589. That's how long he lived there. All right. Let me pull this back up. I got to use this because it's hard to remember all this stuff. Okay. Now, this guy here actually had a daughter, but because of the agnatic rules, she cannot become queen, especially in the Merovingian times. That's definitely not happening. Okay. So, 568, Chilperic is now on the throne. Not Childeric. Childeric was this guy all the way back. All the way back here. This guy, that was Childeric. This is Chilperic. We are way far ahead now. Okay, that's Chilperic de Neustria. He lasts until 584, so he reigns for about 17 years. Leaving until he has a son. In 584, he dies, but he also has a son that same year named Clovis II. He's the king of the Franks. He unites the Franks once again. But in 584, Chilperic dies of Neustria, leaving now Clovis II as king. Leaving Roan of Rheims is now at a good 120 years old, the second heir. He has been trying his hardest to become king, and he almost did, but he didn't. And this is Saints d'Aquitaine, Beaudugazile the second. So I don't actually know how to speak French, so sorry about that. That's just how it is. So 586, Roan of Rheims finally dies after being alive for literally about 120 years. He was born in the 460s, and he's still alive in the 580s. It's kind of ridiculous. But he does die in 586 now. So now the Aquitaine guy is now in the first in line. Second in line is Saint Arnulf of Metz over here. Arnulf of Metz is a very interesting guy. I don't remember what year he died. What year did King Arnulf? No, not King. When did Saint Arnulf of Metz die?
Here's what I found.
645. He was born in 582. This guy is Arnulf Olfing. He is an ancestor of Charlemagne. He's actually one of the ancestors of the Carolingian dynasty. The Carolingians we'll get into here soon. This is still during the Merovingian times. The Merovingians are running out of male heirs because this guy over here is barely even related to Clovis II. He's like probably a fourth or fifth cousin to Clovis II, because the reason this guy even exists is because this is the first King Childeric's uncle's line. So this is going way back to Roman times, the fact that this guy is even in line to the throne. Remember, it's got to be from a strict male-only line. Clotaire, if Clotaire II dies childless, we're kind of at a succession crisis, to say the least, because of the fact that there are not many males left in the line of succession. So, Arnulf of Metz is a saint. I'm going to talk a little bit about him for a second because he's kind of interesting. He's a Saint Arnulf, the Bishop of Metz, of course, a patron saint. His feast day is July 18th. That's when he died. He was a Frankish bishop of Metz and the advisor to the Merovingian court of Austrasia. So by the time Clotaire II is king, he doesn't hold much power in the Frankish dynasty. The main person is going to be Arnulf of Metz over here that actually holds power, because you have what is known as the mayor of the mansion, who actually holds major supreme political and military power over the king, which is kind of weird to say. The king still has power, but it's more, think about it more of as like a parliament a little bit. But this is kind of weird for the 500s to have, because eventually it's going to get back to this, though. But that's just how that is with Arnulf. I mean, he's old. I mean, he's kind of has supreme power. He later retired to the Abbey of Remiremont. In French, he is also known as Arnulf. The Vita Sancti, if you ever heard of that, was written after his death. States the Frankish ancestry, how he is an ancestor of the famous Emperor Charlemagne. He's buried in and he is basically the founder of the Carolingians, and the whole reason we have the Carolingian dynasty is because of Arnulf. So he kind of plays a big role into that. All the heirs under the Salic law, which is agnatic, of course. So we're going to skip ahead to 589. In 589, as you can see here, the Aquitaine Bourbon II dies, leaving in 590. We're kind of at a problem, because Clotaire II, these are really the only two people that have power. Clotaire II has no kids as a 590. Now, which is a bit of an issue, because when did his successor die? He was Childeric, died in 584. So by the time we get to 590, after Arnulf of Metz has no kids. So after him, the monarchy is dead, because once you get before Childeric I's grandfather, the records are not good, because you're back to the Roman times, and Merovingians didn't hold much power at all. And they're more legendary figures, honestly, than historical people at that point, because we don't know much about them. Because then you're getting back into the ancient period, which is honestly very hard to say in Europe what is real and what's not. So it would take you a long time to find an heir after Arnulf of Metz. So if Clotaire II doesn't have any kids, that will not be good. That will not be good. And Arnulf of Metz, he needs to too. Somebody's got to do something about this, because it ain't good. Although 603, Clotaire II, back to the turn of the century. So we go about 13 years with this crisis potentially happening. Luckily, nothing happens to Clotaire II or Arnulf, but in 603, this guy's born. His name is King Dagobert I. Dagobert, he's also a Merovingian. The Merovingians continue to hold on to power for about another century. So we won't be saying goodbye to the Merovingians anytime soon. He continues there in 603 is when he was born. Now, Clotaire II is still on the throne for a little bit longer. He rules for quite a long time, too. He rules for over 40 years. And then Arnulf of Metz is now kicked down to second in line. Clotaire II is having a nice reign right now, knowing that he has a son. He's feeling a little bit better about when he dies. In 629, Clovis II passes away, leaving the throne to his son Dagobert. He officially becomes King Dagobert I. Luckily, by this point, though, as of 630, Arnulf of Metz has a son named Ansigzile. He was born in hold on, give me a sec. This is Clodulf de Metz. He is the son of Arnulf. He was born in 604, just the year after Dagobert I. But the only reason he didn't show up is because he was not in line, because Dagobert was born in 603. So Clovis II actually ended up having quite a nice reign. Pretty good for him, and he had a son to take after him, so that's good. So Dagobert I is now on the throne with Arnold of Metz. He was getting pretty old by this point. He's almost 50 years old. And then there is Clodulf de Metz, who is second in line to the throne. This all is through to the 630s, but in 634, Arnulf of Metz dies. No, he doesn't. Dagobert I has a child in 635. His son's name is going to be Clovis II. He will eventually become Clovis II, and once Dagobert I dies, he was born in 635. So we're getting pretty far back here. 635. Arnulf of Metz is now kicked down to second line. Dagobert's trying to sustain the Merovingian dynasty and keep the Franks together as long as he can. So he has a son, Clovis II. This all lasts until we get to 639. In 639, Dagobert I passes away after just a very short reign of 10 years. He'd only been on the throne for 10 years, because in 629, Clovis II, his father, died. So Dagobert lives just in time to produce Clovis II, and then he dies 5 years later. So Clovis II becomes king at 5 years old. Or no, he's 4 actually. So Clovis II is now king. Arnulf of Metz is now back in the fray with number 1 in line, and then his son Childeric, who's second in line. This all goes until 641, because in 640, Arnulf of Metz dies, leaving now his son Childeric is now in 641. He's now the heir, and we're back to a dead monarchy if Childeric and Clovis II were to die. So if Clovis II dies, oh, by the way, I don't own the rights to any of these images. I probably should have said that earlier, but just so I don't get it, I don't own the rights to these. Paintingstar.com created this picture of Clovis II. Now, by the way, these portraits here were not actually created during the reign. So this picture here of Clovis II is a later depiction. It was not created. This was not painted in 641. They did not have that good artists back then. But here's Childeric. He's now second line. So if anything were to happen to Clovis II, he would become king. But after that, we're screwed. This goes on until we get to the end of the 640s. Nothing changes. So we go through the 640s with kind of a crisis happening. But Clovis I, luckily, continues to hold on to power in the Franks, the Merovingians. In 652, Clovis II does have a son, luckily, a man by the name of Theodoric of Austrasia. Now, Clovis II, after he dies, he has 3 sons in total. He splits his kingdom up, leaving a family feud happening between the 3 sons after Clovis II dies. He doesn't die until 657, so he's going to die here soon, but he does have the time to have 3 sons. He gives the eldest son the title of the Austrasian territory, and this son that we have here is Theodoric III of Austrasia. He becomes Theodoric III. And then in 653, he has a second son by the name of Clotar. He will eventually become Clotar III. I believe that's who this is. I could be wrong, though. Hold on. Let me fast forward a little bit. Who's the one? No, that is not him. This is not. This guy here is actually, this is Clotaire III. Clovis II, eldest son, is Clotaire III. He eventually becomes Clotaire III. He's the eldest son. In 653, he has his second son. This guy here is Childeric II. He becomes Childeric II of the Franks. Once this guy dies. So this is Clovis II, and then his son is Clotaire III, and then Childeric II. So Clovis II, Clotaire III, Childeric II. There we go. Named after, the ones, obviously. In 657, Clovis II dies. He does produce. He decides to split up his realm, just like Clovis I did. Clovis II does the same thing. He splits up his realm because he thinks it'll be smart because he has 3 sons trying to become king. So he does that. Clotaire III becomes king of the Austrasian territory, and this guy over here is the third son. This is Theodoric of Austrasia. He will become Theodoric III later down the line. So 659 happens. Clotaire III continues to hold power through the 660s. And then once we get to 673, Clotaire III does die. They come up with a scheme that says, we can either do 2 things to you. You either get the option of the sword, or you get the option of the cutting your hair off. And cutting your hair off basically meant, back in this period in the 600s, when you had long hair, it basically signified that you were of royalty and people did not mess with you, or they got the sword, which means they got executed or killed. Some of them chose that latter there, and Clotaire III, I think, was one of the ones that happened too. So now his brother is now king. This is Childeric II. Childeric II is currently on the throne. Now, he only reigns for 2 years because he actually ends up dying in 675. So now in 676, Theodoric of Austrasia III now becomes king. So now the Franks are united again because they're not split up by the 3 sons anymore, because Childeric II barely outlived Clotaire III. So this guy is back. Of course, I forgot to mention he was back in 674 and 675. But as we get to 676, I don't even remember this guy's name. Clotheric, he is back in 676, and now we're back to a crisis. However, Theodoric of Austrasia III has a son in 677, luckily. His name is... I thought at least. Maybe he didn't. Who is this? That is... I think this is kind of screwed up. Born in 677. Who is this guy? Hold on. I think that's Clovis III or Clovis IV. I can't remember. If the Roman numerals are off, this is Clovis IV. He's the son of Theodoric. Theodoric. My bad. So if you notice the numbers are off, Clovis III was one of the kings of a smaller kingdom that wasn't the Franks, wasn't the Frankish kingdom. So that's why this guy is Clovis IV. And then Cloderic is still on here. This all goes through until we get to 683. And 683, this guy here is born. This guy is also the son of this guy, the younger brother of Clovis IV here. This is Childebert III. Now, if you remember, there was no Childebert II because, again, it was one of those smaller kingdoms, but this will become Childebert III, the Just. He's known as Childebert the Just. This happens all the way until 691. In 691, Theodoric III dies, leaving the throne to Clovis IV. In this point, Childebert is now second line, and the third in line is a man named I forgot who this is. Is this Dagobert II? I have to look it up real quick because I'm not sure. Give me just a sec, guys. So I'm just fact checking myself because I don't want to say the incorrect information. So this is, I know Clovis IV, he's now king. He doesn't rule for very long because he dies, and then Childebert will become king after this. So we actually kind of have some sort of sustainable heirs right now. But it ain't happening for long, sadly. You hate to see it. I hate to see it. This guy. Oh yeah, by the way, this guy's actually known as Thierry III as well. He goes by multiple names. This is Clovis IV. That is correct. After him is obviously Childebert. This is Childebert IV. There was no Childebert III. This is Dagobert III. I was right. Who is that? No, that's Chilperic II. Oh, Dagobert. No, this is Chilperic II. He not sure who his how he's related in. Maybe he's the brother. No, I think he's the brother of Clovis IV and Childebert IV. Yeah, that's right. In 694, though, Clovis IV dies, leaving now Childebert IV is now king. His heir is still Chilperic II, and then this saint guy over here is still kicking. But that doesn't last till 697 because this guy dies. This guy died in 697, but Childebert IV has a son. This is Dagobert III right here. Dagobert is now the heir in 698. So now the 600s are kind of coming to a close. Now we get to 700 AD. This is where stuff starts to go down. The Merovingians kind of start to die in the 700s. They can't keep power. They had kept power since the fall of Rome. They can't keep it anymore. Well, not yet. At 700 the year, they're still fine. Childebert IV continues to reign all the way until 711. Dies in 711. And then Dagobert III becomes king. And now his heir is Chilperic II. Chilperic II is now on there. Let's see here. Second line. And then he has a son right now named no, this is not. Who is that guy? This right here is Thierry the Fourth. Thierry the Fourth. I don't know how he's related, but he is now second in line in 712. This is Chilperic II. This is Dagobert III. Dagobert III only reigns until 715. He doesn't reign very long. Only reigns about 3 years. Until 715, then he dies. Now Chilperic II becomes king. He doesn't have any sons right now, so this is his only heir is Thierry the Fourth. Thierry is just a nickname, I think, for Theodoric. But in 717, this is Thierry the Fourth. No, Thierry the Fourth. I was wrong. This guy is the son. This guy is the son of Chilperic II. Chilperic II's son is Thierry the Fourth. So that is right. But he's got two sons. His second son, Dagobert III dies. And then in 717, he has a second son named He will become Childeric III later on, but he's not right now because stuff's going to happen before he comes. Childeric III was the last Merovingian king. You'll see that in a second. It's just here. Okay, that's 717. He reigns until 721. This guy, Chilperic II. In 722, we get Thierry IV now on the throne. Now, the monarchy, if you have noticed, the Merovingian monarchy is not very healthy, considering the strict rules behind it and the fact that they just don't have many heirs, because the monarchy will soon be dead after this. Thierry IV is still able to hold on to power until 738, because in 738, stuff goes down. First of all, he dies in 737, and the monarchy is very not good, essentially. So there's a guy who's part of that mayors of the mansion thing I was talking to you about, mayors of the palace, or whatever it was called. He's part of the Carolingians. His name is Charles Martel. Charles Martel. He's crazy. He comes in with an army, takes out the Merovingians, becomes king. Takes them out, takes the throne for himself. So here's Charles Martel. So this completely changes the hands of the dynasty. Now the Carolingians are officially on the throne. Now the Carolingians are mainly what we think of as the leaders of the Franks, not the Merovingians. The Merovingians are done at this point. So this is Charles Martel. Charles Martel is now king in 738. He's now on the throne. He successfully was able to defeat Thierry IV, which is pretty good. He's got a son named Carloman. He's known as Carloman. He's now the eldest son, and then Charles Martel is a second son named Pepin the Short. Pepin the Short, if you don't know, is the father of the famous emperor Charlemagne, which he's actually going to be born here in 4 years. But by the time 742 comes around, the Merovingians are actually able to take the throne back, but there's only one of them left. The only one that still exists is Childeric III. Childeric III is able to take back the throne from Charles Martel in 742, and then he actually ends up ruling until he dies, which is in 751. But in 751, he's screwed because he doesn't have any heirs. Like at all. He doesn't have an heir. So when he dies, the Merovingians are dead. So it's basically going to go to the Carolingians. However, Charles Martel did end up dying, I think in 747. So he wasn't able to become king. But by 752, Carloman is now king, which is pretty sweet. Now the Carolingians are on for good. Remember, the Carolingians were actually descended all the way back, if we go all the way back to this guy, back in the 600s, the early 600s, all the way back, Arnulf of Metz. He is a Carolingian, and so they are related. Just takes a little bit to get to find the connection. So Childeric III rules until his death, and then we're screwed. So this is Carloman. No, he wasn't born then. He died then. And then Pepin the Short is his brother, who's now, he doesn't have any kids right now. Pepin the Short is now his brother. And then Pepin the Short has a son named Charles, who eventually become Charlemagne, which means Charles the Great. Charlemagne right here, the famous Charlemagne, is officially in the fray. Now he's the one of the last kings of the Franks. The Franks are all united at this point. We're really good. The Carolingians have a really, but Carloman dies in 753. Pepin the Short becomes king. What I was saying was the Carolingians have a really good hold on power, especially in the 700s, because they had just taken over in the Franks. They had just taken over after the Merovingians. The Merovingians are completely gone by 754. Pepin the Short's on the throne. He's got this guy here after Charlemagne. Charlemagne's his heir. This guy over here is a guy named Carloman the First. They call no, this isn't Carloman the First. This is Carloman the First. But this guy is Carloman. His name's Carloman. He doesn't become king. Pepin the Short reigns until his death about 13 years later in 768. So good, decent period reign. And then stuff's about to go down. 769, Charlemagne takes the throne. Now, generally, when people talk about the history of France as well, like Useful Charts, an amazing channel, highly recommend you check him out. He did a video on all the French monarchs. He started with Charlemagne. A lot of people start with Charlemagne. Most people don't go back to Clovis I. I went back to Childeric I, so I went really far back. But Charlemagne was king of the Franks. He united all the Franks, which was the first time they had all been united, I think, since the Merovingians. The last king to have them all united, I think, was probably Clovis II, which was this guy. So it's been a while. But Charlemagne was able to obtain that. Is now king. So Carloman, his younger brother, is now that guy. His second heir is Carloman. Charles Martel. Oh, what? I gotta find who this guy is. So Pepin the Short has, let's see, his siblings. So he's got Carloman. He was older than him. He didn't have any. Unless this is his son. Was he died in 772? 771. So, yeah, 770s happened. Charlemagne is still king. So that's not him. Is it this guy? Yes, it is. So, this is Bernard de Herstal. The reason this guy is related because after Charlemagne doesn't have any other siblings. Charlemagne doesn't have any other siblings. So, this is his first cousin, I believe. No, this is his uncle, Bernard Herstal. But he dies in 771, so he's not in line for very long until his son is now. No. In 771, Charlemagne's brother, dies. So now Herstal, his uncle, is now first in line after Charlemagne. So if Charlemagne were to die in 772, he would have became king. Now, I'm sorry, I don't have pictures of them because they didn't create them because they didn't care. So I just have the building that he's buried in. Trust me, I'm pretty sure he's buried in here. You can tell I have over 3,000 slides on this slideshow. So this is on the same one as the English one. Same slideshow. So this is his son. He has a son named Saint Wallach Corby Abbott. So he is now that guy. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Just had to make sure this was still filming. So that's 772. But in 772, Bernard Herstal dies. No, he doesn't. Charlemagne has a son in 772. So this guy, the Saint guy, Saint Walla, is now bumped down off the list. So in 773, Charlemagne has his son and heir, a guy of Italy. This guy is pretty famous. Not Charles the Younger. Charles the Younger was for that. Maybe this is, no, I don't know what happened. I don't even know. But Pepin he's known as Pepin Carolingian of Italy. He is now the heir. In 773, that was the year he was born. So this guy here, Charlemagne's uncle, is now second in line. It's going to happen until we get to 778. In 778, Charlemagne has his second son, Louis. So now we're getting into the French stuff. He will become Louis the Pious later on. Louis the Pious is a very important person after the death of Charlemagne. We'll find out what happens. But that Charlemagne is going to go on to live a very, very long time, especially back in. So not much happens throughout the rest of the 700s. Charlemagne is basically making his stamp in the Franks. But he gets a big surprise in 800. Christmas Day of 800, the Pope invites him over and crowns him. He says, hey, you're the new Roman Emperor. The Pope tries to bring back Rome and crowns Charlemagne Emperor. Not king, Emperor of the Franks. Charlemagne now holds the supreme power. As you can see here, he has the fleur-de-lis symbol and the Holy Roman Empire thing. Charlemagne is the emperor. He is considered to be, he rules over all the Franks, complete control. He's considered to be the king of France and the Holy Roman Empire, which will eventually form here soon. Charlemagne is the emperor of that. He holds supreme power. He's a very popular figure, and we all know him as being the emperor, and that's what happened in 800. He continues to rule over all that territory. Oh, no, this is lagging. Okay. Throughout the 800s. However, in 810, his beloved heir, Pepin of Italy, dies, which is very unexpected to Charlemagne, but he doesn't care because his second son, Louis, is ready to take the throne. And this guy over here is Louis's eldest son. Louis has an eldest son at this point. He was born in the 790s. Oh, yeah, by the way, this guy never had any kids, but Louis has a son to continue on the dynasty. Remember, all these guys are Carolingians. His son is Lothair, Carolingian. He will become the king of Middle Francia, and you'll see what happens here. Charlemagne dies in 814. The legendary Charlemagne is dead, leaving the throne to his eldest son, Emperor Louis I. Emperor Louis I, Louis the Pious. He becomes Louis I. Now, Louis I was the last king and emperor of the Franks. He was the last person to rule over the Franks before it was split off into Francia, West Francia, and East Francia, which we're going to see after he dies in 840. But his second son is now the heir. Louis I has a lot of sons. His second son is a guy named Ludwig, who's also known as the German. Louis the German of East Francia. He will eventually become the king of East Francia. But Louis I's second son, Louis the German, and his eldest son, Lothair. He will divide his kingdom up into three: Middle Francia, West Francia, and East Francia. This guy becomes king of Middle Francia. This guy becomes king of East Francia. Louis I continues to rule over the Franks for the last few years of the Franks until 840. Louis I is having a good reign. And 840, Louis I he dies this year, and he decides to split his kingdom up into three sections. Modern-day France, West Francia is going to be the path that we follow. He splits it up into three things: West Francia, East Francia, and Middle Francia. Middle Francia consists of basically the area in between both. East Francia basically corresponds with the Holy Roman Empire, and then West Francia with France, which Holy Roman Empire, for those of you that don't know, is basically modern-day Germany, which I think we've already been over, though. That isn't official until 843, though, when the Treaty of Verdun is signed, which makes it official. But Louis I sadly passes away. He gives the title of Middle Francia to his eldest son. Middle Francia was where the capital of the Franks was, so that probably meant the most to Louis I. So Lothair gets that. His second son gets East Francia, Louis the German, and his third son, known as Charles the Bald, gets West Francia. He's known as Charles the Bald. He becomes Charles the Bald. Charles the Bald, also known as Charles II, because Charlemagne's name literally means Charles the Great. So it's Charles I. So Charles the Bald is now the king of West Francia. West Francia will eventually turn into French later down the line. So we will be following West Francia. Charles the Bald has no kids as of 841, so Lothair is, if anything were to happen to Charles the Bald, Lothair would probably become king. And then obviously Louis the German over there. This all changes, though, in 846 because Charles the Bald has his eldest son named Louis the Stammerer, who is now his heir. They're all Carolingians, of course, and Lothair has now jumped down to second place. Lothair probably doesn't like that Charles the Bald had a son named Louis. Louis the Stammerer is who he's known as. This all goes swell. Nice, good reign for Charles the Bald as being the first king of West Francia. Charles the Bald has another son in 856 named... who is this guy? No, this isn't correct. In 855, Lothair dies. So now the second heir after Louis the Stammerer, Charles the Bald, is Lothair's eldest son, who becomes the king of Middle Francia. Francia, obviously Franks, Francia. Let's see, Lothair, his eldest son is Louis II. This is Louis II of Middle Francia, right here. Louis II of Middle Francia. So in 856. This all holds true. So we get to 863. In 863, Louis the Stammerer has a son named Louis as well. He's really young. He's like 17 when he has Louis. All right, here. So we got Charles the Bald, he's got a son and a grandson at this point. Very healthy for a monarchy to have that. So if anything were to happen to his eldest son, his other son, his grandson could become king. Now, obviously, grandsons take precedence over uncles, by the way. It's how primogeniture works. So any other older uncle, firstborn son of a firstborn son takes precedence. Always how it's been. Charles the Bald reigns for a long time. He dies in 877. I mean, look how long he had been on the throne for. Since the 840s. So he ruled for a good like 33, 37, almost 40 years. But he eventually does die in 877, leaving the throne to his son, the son to his throne. The throne to his son, Louis the Stammer. Louis the Stammer becomes Louis II of West Francia in 878. His eldest son, Louis, is now his heir, and he has a second son named Carloman. Carloman and Louis, Carloman are his heirs. He's got two sons. Louis II has two sons. Although Louis II's reign is very short-lived because he does die in 879. So now in 880, he has a 17-year-old son named Louis who becomes King Louis III. Now, Louis III reigns kind of jointly with his brother. His brother is Carloman, so he's Carloman II. Louis III kind of reigns. I was always confused on who Carloman I was. Carloman I was this guy, the uncle of Charlemagne. This is Carloman I. So I just wanted to let you know that. So that's who Carloman II kind of relates to. That's what's cool about monarchies. So yeah, Louis III is now on the throne. He has, they both have a younger brother named Charles over here. He becomes Charles the Simple. If you ever heard of a guy named Charles the Simple, that's who this guy is. Louis II had actually had him the year he died. So this guy was pretty young. Although Louis III dies in 882, leaving now Carloman II as the king. And they don't have any kids because they're like really young people. So Carloman II is now king in 883, and he's going to die in 884. So there's 3 2-year monarchs in a row. Charles the Bald dies, and then Louis II becomes king, reigns for 2 years, and then Louis III reigns for 2 years, and then Carloman II only reigns for 2 years. Actually, no, Louis III did reign for 3 years, but he dies in 884. This guy over here is a guy named Charles the Fat. He is the king of East Francia. By this point, Middle Francia had ran out of heirs, male heirs after Lothair. Lothair back here, his line had died out. So Charles the Fat, the king of East Francia, had actually ended up ruling over Middle Francia. And Charles the Simple is very young at this point. He's 5 years old. And Charles the Fat, after Carloman II dies. After Carloman II dies, Charles the Fat kind of takes advantage of Charles the Simple and takes the throne from him. He's like, screw this guy. This guy's a little kid. I'm becoming king. So Charles the Fat eventually unites all of the Francia kingdoms, kind of becoming like a king of the Franks again. So Middle Francia, West Francia, and East Francia are all united under Charles the Fat. But Charles the Fat doesn't live very long. This guy over here is Arnulf's Rex. I'm not too sure how this guy is related. I think he's somewhere over in East Francia. He eventually becomes the king of East Francia later on. But Charles the Fat luckily doesn't hold on to power for long because Charles the Simple is still alive. And by the time we get to 888, nobody wants Charles the Simple to become king. He's 10 years old. We don't want a 10-year-old Carolingian ruling. So what they do is they elect somebody from a dynasty known as the Robertians dynasty, who is like an old French known as the House of Anjou, the Dukes of Anjou, House of Anjou, Count of Anjou. That's where that comes from. It's the Robertians, and they elect a guy named Eudes, or as we know him in English, King Odo. It's pretty cool. But yeah, Odo right here is the king. They elect him. So he doesn't inherit. He's from the Robertian dynasty. He was originally the Count of Anjou. He has a younger brother named Robert. And then then there's no more heirs because the Counts of Anjou kind of run out of male line descendants from Odo's ancestors. So they're kind of screwed. The Robertians are not doing good. Although there is a third in line here, a guy named by the name of Raoul, as we know him in English, Rudolph. They'll all play major roles in later on. So throughout the rest of the late 800s, Odo is king. Until 898 when Odo dies. When Odo dies, the Carolingian supporters bring back Charles the Simple, and Charles the Simple becomes King Charles III. That's right. Sorry about that. This is Charles III. He becomes king in 899. And then this over here is, I'm not sure who this guy is. I'm going to look up, shoot. I think. Okay. No, he died in 922. I gotta find out who this guy's. Oh no. It was 920. Year would he? Charles III? Oh my god. What is happening? Now he's born in 879, I know that. Here he is. This the date's wrong on here. Okay. So this guy is part of East Francia, and this is his son over here, Ludwig. Louis becomes Louis III, I believe, of East Francia later on. But in 899, this guy dies, so then Ludwig becomes the heir, and then this is another East Frankian monarch over here in 900. So now we're in 900. He becomes now the second heir to the throne. Charles III doesn't have any kids until 911. Well, this guy here, Ludwig Louis III, dies in 911. Not the year 911, not the terrorist attack. 911 AD, 911 AD. He dies, and then now this guy here is now again. I don't know these guys' names because they're all East Frankian, but he's the heir, and then he's there. So basically, all you need to know, you don't need to know their exact names. All you need to know is that if Charles III was going to die, the throne of West Francia would be basically non-existent anymore, and it would go to East Francia, and then there'd probably be another empire. But East Francia, I don't know if it exists right now. It might be the Holy Roman Empire. I don't know when the Holy Roman Empire was formed. When was it formed? When was the Holy Roman Empire founded?
Holy Roman Empire was founded in 962.
Oh, it was Otto the Great that did that. Okay, I forgot that. This holds true until 918, because in 918, Charles III has a... No, he doesn't. This guy... What happens? Does this guy die? I think this is the same person, actually. This is some sort of king of East Francia. I think this is the same guy. I changed the painting, but trust me, it's the same person. No, wait, what? Yeah, it is. This is the same person here. I just changed the painting. I don't know why. In 920, Charles III has his son. His name is Louis. He will eventually become Louis IV of West Francia. And that happens later down the line, but this is 920. This guy is the king of West Francia or East Francia. I don't know who it is. What his name is. I'll look it up. Who was the king? Sorry, I'm looking a bunch of stuff up. I know most of this stuff off the top of my head. I'm not good with East Francia. East Francia in 960 or 921. No, not 1921. 921. Okay, 921. So Charles III still on the throne. This is Henry the Fowler, right? That's who this was. Henry the Fowler. Now he's actually part of the Ottonians. What house was he from? Oh, he was a Saxon. He was the Duke of Saxony before he was the Holy Roman Emperor. He does become Holy Roman. No, he doesn't. He becomes King of East Francia. He's from Saxony, Henry the Fowler. But in 922, Charles III dies, leaving his very young son as the heir. But they realize this guy sucks, so they don't want young kings. So they ditch the Carolingians, bring back the Robertians, and now Robert the what was his name? Robert the First becomes king. Comes King Robert the First in 923, but then he dies in 923. So now his brother and no, his son-in-law. This guy was like married to his daughter. He wasn't even like this person here. He wasn't even like remotely related. This guy over here is a man named Hugh the Great, who eventually be the founder and the generator of the House of Capet, which is very important. This is Hugh the Great. He is the father of Hugh Capet, which we'll get to here in a second. So Hugh Capet actually is part of the Robertians. So there's kind of a war going on between the Robertians and the Carolingians right now. Obviously, Carolingians was the house these guys were from, so Louis IV supporters. Robert I dies in 923, so now in 924, 925, we get Rudolph is now the king. He rules until 936, but then once Rudolph dies, Hugh the Great does not become king. It actually goes back to the Carolingians with Louis IV. Louis IV has his supporters. By this point, though, Henry the Fowler had died, so now his heir is now the current leader of East Francia, Otto the First. But he will eventually become, we know him now as Otto the Great. Otto the Great was the first Holy Roman Emperor, the first official Holy Roman Emperor. Around people say Charlemagne was, but he was the first to use the title Holy Roman Emperor. Now, I'm not going to go through the argument that the Holy Roman Empire was not an empire, nor Roman, nor holy, but it was the Holy Roman Empire. It was not Roman, it was not holy, and it was not an empire. But, it existed. That is Otto the Great. Otto the Great has his heir, which is the second heir of Louis IV, because Louis IV doesn't have any kids in 937 when he takes the throne of West Francia. Let's see, what year did Otto the Great die? I don't remember what year Otto the Great died. I don't know if it was 962 though. When did Otto the Great die?
Otto the Great died the 7th of May 973 AD at age 60 in Merovingian.
Alright. Yeah, he was born in 912. He died in 973, Otto the Great. Okay, so I think this is Liudolf von Schwaben. This is his son, Otto the Great's son. So this all holds true until we get to 941. In 941, Louis IV obviously is king right now. He has a son named Lothair. So now we actually have a Lothair in West Francia, and then Otto the Great is now jumped down to second in line. This all holds true. The continuation of the 940s happens. Louis IV remains king for quite a while, which is pretty good for him. Obviously, once we get to 954, though, that's when Louis IV does die, leaving the throne to his son. There was no other Lothairs since Lothair was king. This guy right here is Lothair. Mainly just call him Lothair of West Francia, but he was king. So Otto the Great is now back to the heir. And this guy was a Saxon, Liudolf von Schwaben. Don Schwaben is now second in line. But Don Schwaben dies in 957. So once we get to Otto the Great in 958, Otto the Great has not founded the Holy Roman Empire yet. The Holy Roman Empire, he's still king of East Francia. his second son, who will eventually become Otto II of the Holy Roman Empire. He will become the second Holy Roman Emperor, is now second in line to the throne after Otto the Great. But Otto the Great obviously has to get through Lothair to become king. But he's already king of East Francia, big plans, so he's not too worried about that. So 962, Otto the Great does found and creates the Holy Roman Empire, which lasts until 1806, until it collapses and becomes the German Empire. But that's going to happen for a while, long time. So it lasts about a very long time. That dynasty. This all goes on until 967. In 967, Lothair has his son named Louis. Louis is his son, Lothair of West Francia. That bumps Otto the Great down to Holy Roman Emperor Otto the Great down to second in line. Lothair continues to reign. We get to 969 into the 970s with Lothair still on the throne. Lothair in 973. Otto the Great dies. So we get to 974. I guess I did 973 twice. Did I do 973 twice? I did. I did two sons in 973. 974, Otto the Great's dead. So now Otto II is now the Holy Roman Emperor and the second heir after Lothair and then his son Louis. So Lothair ends up ruling until 986. But in 983, just 10 years after Otto the Great dies, Otto II dies in 983. But Otto II luckily has a son who becomes Otto III. He's the Holy Roman Emperor in 984. 986, Lothair passes away, leaving the throne now to Louis V. There is a succession crisis in the Holy Roman Empire as well, happening right now, and in West Francia. This is still West Francia. This isn't France yet. This is still West Francia. In West Francia in 987, there is a succession crisis because once it dies, it's going to go to the leaders of the Holy Roman Empire. But in the Holy Roman Empire, there is a crisis. So what they're going to do after Otto III dies, they're going to elect a new emperor to become Holy Roman Emperor. And when Louis V dies, I don't know. But in 987, a guy comes back. Hugh Capet comes in. Now, Hugh Capet is a huge deal taking over in West Francia. He's like, screw Louis V. He is garbage. I'm king. Now, Hugh Capet has a ridiculous impact on the rest of the history of this thing. Every king from this point forward is a direct male line descendant of this man. Now, Hugh Capet is a kind of a branch off the Robertians and the Anjous. If you remember this guy here, Hugh the Great, this man, that is his son. Hugh the Great had actually been dead by the time we get to 987 when Hugh Capet takes over. So this is a huge deal that Hugh Capet had come in and conquered Louis VI. So the Carolingians, Louis V, not Louis VI, Louis V was the last king of the Carolingian dynasty. So now we're on to the Capets. The Capets end up ruling France all the way until the end of the monarchy in 1870. Well, not in 1870. It's technically until 1848. You'll see why that is. But that's Hugh Capet. His father had died back in the 950s. So 956 specifically. So Hugh the Great had been dead by that point. That was way before even Louis IV became king. So you have the last three Carolingians, Louis IV, Lothair, and Louis V. But Louis V does not reign long. He's only on throne for a year or two. And then Hugh Capet comes in because he's like, Louis V just needs to get out of here. So then Hugh Capet. Hugh Capet is already ready. He already has an heir named Robert. And then his third heir is Otto III of the Holy Roman Empire. He's the Holy Roman Emperor. So now the 980s go by. Now we're into the 990s. We're coming to the close of the first millennium. But Hugh Capet does not make it to see the glorious turn of the millennium because he dies in 996, leaving the throne to his son Robert. Robert becomes Robert II in 996, 997. I think it was 997. Probably was when he was coronated. So Robert II is now on the throne. Obviously, Robert I had been this guy back here. Robert I didn't reign for long. Remember, it was this guy. That was Robert I. So back on the Carolingians. So you get Louis IV, and then you get Lothair, and then we get Louis V, then Hugh Capet, and then Robert II, 997. So Otto II is still the Holy Roman Emperor at this point. And then there's the next Holy Roman Emperor, which is this guy over here, who's now the heir, the second heir, 997. Who's a guy, he was eventually elected in after Otto II died. Otto III died. I meant Otto III. I didn't mean to say Otto II. His name is, he was alive in 997. His name is Arduin, I think. Something like that. So that's 997. So now we get to 1000. So now I put away the AD sign because now we're into 1000. 1000, this guy becomes king. It's all the same succession until we get to 1002. The year 1002, Otto III, Holy Roman Emperor, dies. And this guy over here becomes the Holy Roman Emperor. And this is Henry II over here of the Holy Roman Empire. As now in 1003, as now the second heir to Robert II. Robert II doesn't have a son until 1008. 1008 is when his first son is born, named Henri. He will become Henri the First later down the line. So the Capetians are really starting to build onto that, and they start to get the Salic law built in. The Salic law means it has to come from a strict male-only line and a male-only member. The Capets come pretty close to losing their dynasty a few times, but there is actually a line that continues on from Hugh Capet, a strict male-only line that happens all the way until the 1300s. So it lasts a very long time. We get to 1008 when Henri is born. This guy is still the Holy Roman Emperor. So that happens until we get to the year 1011. In 1011, so you kind of think of 2008, 2007. This is like 1007, 1008. So this was 1,000 years ago. 1011. Robert II luckily has another son because he's like, we need to start. Robert II's the first smart king to get in here. Robert II was a great monarch. He comes in, he's like, we got to make this thing not corrupt. I got to have multiple kids. That way I can have some lines to go through. So Robert II has a second son. His name is Robert de Bourbon. He was born in 1011 and actually died on my birthday, March 21st, 1076. So that's kind of cool. So this all holds through the rest of the 1010s. 1019, Henri the First is the heir, and then Robert, just in case something happened to Henri. So Robert II already had that covered. Robert II comes in and reigns for quite a long time. He reigns for over 30 years, which is pretty good for one of these early monarchs. Robert II does end up dying in 1031. Remember, he's been on the throne since the 990s. In 1031, Robert II dies, so now as we get to 1032, Henri the First is now king. Becomes King Henri the First from the House of Capet, of course. Robert is now his heir, but after Robert, there is a dead monarchy because Hugh the Great, where we get to his line, is screwed because the Robertians were screwed. And then Hugh Capet only had one son. Robert II was the only son of Hugh Capet. Back here, Hugh Capet. The only son of him. So Robert II he did have two sons, versus in 1008. He had Henri the First in 1008, and then in 1011 he had Robert. So as we get to the 1030s, Henri the First, after him is Robert, and then after him is a dead monarchy. So we gotta make sure Henri has some kids. does eventually have a son in 1052. 1052, Henri I has his son. He names him Philippe, which bumps Robert now down to second in line in 1052. Henri I does have a second son in 1057, younger brother of Philippe here. Henri II's second son is named, it's in 1057, his name is Hughes. Hugh. He's also known as Hugh the Great, right here, Vermandois. He lives quite a while. So that's Henri II, Henri I's second son. In 1060, Henri I dies after a pretty decent reign of 29 years, and then his eldest son becomes King Philippe I. Philippe I is now on the throne after the death of Henri I. So Philippe I is now king, sustaining the Capets. Of course, his younger brother, Hugh the Great of Vermandois, is now first in line. Then second line is his uncle Robert, who is still kicking at this point. Not much happens. 1066 is when William the Conqueror takes over England. So when we started the English monarch video, this was the time period that we started it on. So this all holds true until 1076. In 1076, Robert dies on March 21st. So now we're back at a dead monarchy potential. But in 1081, Philippe I has his son named Louis. Louis will become King Louis VI later down the line. Louis VI. And then that bumps his Hugh Vermandois down to second in line in 1081. Philippe I continues to rule for a long time. Philippe I was on the throne for a long time. In 1101, Vermandois passes away, leaving now. He did have a son named Raoul de Vermandois. In 1094 was when he was born. So once we get to the 1100s, 1100, 1101, he dies. 1101, the Vermandois. Philippe I lives until 1108. Listen, think about this. Think about how long he was on the throne. I mean, I know I'm just blazing through these years, but this is a long period. I mean, Henri I died back in 1060, so 1061 all the way to 1108. That is a pretty long reign. That is a literal, like, over 40 years, which is really good. He was the longest reigning monarch in French history, I think, until Louis XIV. And we know Louis XIV. He reigned for very, very long time, which we'll get to in a second. But Philippe I is the longest reigning king in France for the next 500 years. So he ruled a long time. The father-son succession thing. All the kings in France during this period had pretty good reigns, pretty long reigns. But he does die in 1108, Philippe I, leaving the throne to his son, Louis VI. Louis VI is now king. This is the Vermandois. Raoul Vermandois is his heir. And then after Raoul, there is nobody to take the throne back. So now we get to 1111. What a great year that was to be king, wasn't it, Louis VI? Yeah, it was. I'm trying to get a little bit faster here. That way this video isn't too long. It's already been pretty long, though. So once we get to 1116, 1116 is where Louis VI has his first child, which bumps the Raoul de Vermandois down to down there a little bit. So Louis VI, he has a son in 1116, Philippe de France. Remember, this is still West Francia. This is not France yet. These guys are still kings of West Francia, but we're getting there. It's not for a while that will become France. It's about to become France, but it's still West Francia. So in 1120, Louis VI has his second son, Louis. And we'll see what happens to Philippe, because something's going to happen to Philippe that won't allow him to take the throne. This happens. They live until 1131. 1131, at the age of 15, Philippe, the Dauphin, the heir, dies, leaving now his second son, Louis, is now the heir in 1132. And then Louis VI, I think, has a third son named Henri. Archbishop Henri, right here, is an archbishop in 1132. He is now the second heir after his second son Louis, because Philippe had died. So Louis, after Louis VI, we get his son Louis and the Archbishop Henri. So it holds through to 1137. In 1137, Louis VI dies, leaving Louis VII. Now, Louis VII is now the son of Louis VI, and he becomes king in 1137. So now 1138, the Archbishop Henri, his son. Now archbishops don't have kids, so his next heir would be the next son of Louis VI. Was smart and actually had a lot of kids, so we're not going to get a crisis for a while. So after Louis VII, there's Archbishop Henri, and then oh my God, I need to get back into this. Died in 1180. Okay, that's the wrong one. All right, he's got another sibling named Robert de Dreux. So that's him in 1139. This all holds true until 1150. So 1150, Louis VII is still on throne. Louis VII was a pretty good king. He married Eleanor of Aquitaine. And Eleanor of Aquitaine was actually married to Henry II of England too later on. He divorced her in 1152. Eleanor of Aquitaine. He didn't have any kids with her though, but she was married to Louis VII and then Henry II of England. So they were both, and she actually ended up becoming the mother of Richard the Lionheart and King John, and Henry the Young King, and all those guys. So that is Louis VII. So Louis VII goes until 1165. 1165 is when Louis VII has his son Philippe. Philippe becomes Philippe II later down the line, and he's pretty important, so we'll talk about him for a little bit. There's Archbishop Henri's down there. Louis VII, I don't know if he has any other sons. I don't think he does, but the Archbishop does die in 1175, leaving now in 1176. Robert de Dreux is now back in line. So Louis VII has been on the throne for a little bit now. He's been on the throne since 1130s. So after Louis VI died, his father. So that's pretty good for him. He does reign until the end of the 1170s, until we get to 1180. 1180, he's still alive, Louis VII. But Louis VII does die in 1180, leaving Philippe II. Now is his. If you remember at the beginning of the video about 2 hours ago, I said something about Philippe II being where some people start when talking about France, because Philippe II was first to create the title the King of the French, or King of France. He was the first to become, and people called him the King of France. He's the first king on here that they called the King of France. And that was in the 1180s, 1181. I don't know when they created the title, but he took the throne in 1180. This is Robert de Dreux, and then he even has another brother, Robert de Dreux, named Peter the First. Peter right here. I think that's Peter. Should be. So this guy again is all the sons. So this guy, Louis VII, Archbishop, were all the sons of Louis VI back here, and even Philippe. So he had a lot of sons for Louis VI, which was really good for the monarchy because that's what we need. This holds until 1187. In 1187, Philippe II has a son named Louis, who eventually he's known as Louis the Lion. He'll eventually become Louis VIII later down the line. Louis the Lion, there are a lot of Louis, by the way, if you haven't already noticed. So this is Philippe II, his son Louis the Lion. I love Louis VIII. He is a great guy. He eventually, we'll talk about him once he takes the throne. So in 1188, Henri dies, leaving now Peter. In 1189 is now the second heir after Louis, after Philippe Philippe II and his son Louis. 1190s go by. Now we're into 1200. In 1199, though, this guy dies. So this guy, or maybe is that Louis VIII's son? It could be. No. Who's that? Happened. No, what happens is Philippe II has another child in 1200 named Philippe. So that is the younger brother of Louis VIII over here. So Philippe II has two sons, Louis VIII and Philippe de France. So that goes through. Then we get to 1209. In 1209, Louis VIII has a son. So this is the grandson. His name's Philippe de France. He's the grandson of Philippe II. So Philippe II's got a son and a grandson ready to take the throne. That is a very good, like I said, that's very healthy for a monarchy to have. 1210s happen. I put a little thing above Louis VIII right here in 1216 because 1216 was when, well, 1215 is when King John signed the Magna Carta in England. But in 1216, Philippe II was still king of France during this time, but Louis VIII actually takes over King John after he dies and takes over England for 2 years, a year, less than a year, maybe a few months. It actually becomes the King of England, Louis VIII, like an uncrowned. He wasn't crowned, I don't think, but he was allegedly ruling England for a short time in 1216 and 1217. So that was during the reign of Philippe II. So that's why he's known as Louis the Lion, because he was like a lion, like, warrior. Kind of like Richard the Lionheart, but this was Louis the Lion. That happens 1217. 1218, though, Henry III takes back the throne. 1218, though, Louis VIII's young son passes away at the age of 9 years old, leaving now Louis VIII's second son, Louis, who eventually became Louis IX, is now the second heir to after Philippe. So Philippe II still has a grandson, so he's got Louis VIII and Louis IX as the heirs. Philippe II manages to kick until 1223. 1223 eventually dies. Now he's been on the throne since 1180, quite a long time. And then Louis VIII now becomes king. So Louis VIII has two sons right now, Louis IX, and then his second son. Louis VIII has a second son by the name of Robert d'Artois. Artois is now second in line to the throne after Louis's son, Louis. Louis VI, though, does not reign very long. Or Louis VIII, though, does not reign very long. Louis VIII was very good as a dauphin, as an heir. He's only king for about 3 years before he dies in 1226. I don't remember where he died from. Did he die in battle? It would be interesting. He was son of Philippe II. I don't know what he died from. Let me see here. The Barons. He was coronated on July 14th, 1223. The cathedral in Rheims. Louis continued to battle his father's enemies. So ruling the Jews, creating havoc for both the church and the barons who were disagreeing. Shout outs to Jerry Farron for writing this. The conflicts would continue until Louis's death November 8th, 1226, during his travels to the Chateau Montpensier. So he just died natural cause, but he was young. He was only about not even 40 years old yet. So he's 39. I think he was 39. No, he might have been 38. He's 39. So now in 1227, we get Louis IX. Louis IX reigned a long time. He actually became a saint later down the line. Saint Louis, if you ever heard of him. Then we get Robert d'Artois as the heir, and then there is an even younger brother. This guy's name is Philippe Dagobert de France, I believe is who that is. No, that's not who that is. I'm wrong. I think maybe Louis IX. Who's that? Who is that? I don't know who this guy is. I think I kind of branched over a little bit. No, this is Alphonse. Alphonse de Poitiers. Okay, so that's in the 1230s. Louis IX continues to rule. He rules for quite a long time. Remember, he succeeds Louis VIII, his father, who succeeded Philippe II. So Louis IX continues to rule throughout the 1200s. In 1243, he has a son of his own named Philippe Dagobert de France. In 12, no, that's not him. This is him. Louis de France, Louis of France. So he's king of France. He became a saint. I don't know what year that was that happened. In 1234. Well, he became a saint. He's known as Saint Louis. The U.S. city St. Louis, Missouri. For those of you watching out there, shout outs to you guys. That's your city's named after Louis IX of France. French king in the 1200s. That's what St. Louis is named after. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, that's how that is. Until we get to 1245. 1245, Louis IX has his next son, named Philippe. No. This is this is Philippe actually. Louis. This is Louis here, and this is Philippe. So this holds true until we get to 12. Look at that he moved. Philippe moved. 1260. 1260 is when Philippe dies. Louis of France dies. He's 16 years old. This guy here, when he dies, unexpected death, Louis IX's heir, he probably wasn't too happy about that. But luckily, he did have a second son named Philippe, who will take the throne after Louis IX dies. He dies in 1270, which isn't too far away. Louis IX, he's got a third son here by the name of Jean, who dies the same year as him, Jean de France. He's pretty young when he dies too. This goes to the end of the 1260. Actually, no, in 1264. Who is that? I don't know. But in 1264, that person dies. This is Jean right here. In 1270, Louis the Ninth dies after a pretty long reign, because think about how long he's been on the throne. Quite a long time there. Succeeded his father in 1226, Louis VIII. So Louis the Ninth stayed on the throne until 1270. So he's been on the throne for a long time. His son succeeds him as Philippe III. Comes King Philippe III. Philippe III. Oh, this is his son. That makes sense. Louis de France. He has him in 1265. Okay, this is the son of Louis IX, but Philippe has a son. This is Louis de France. So in 1270, Philippe III becomes king. He's got a son named Louis and then another son named Philippe as well. But the young boy does die in 1276. Louis, so Philippe III's now his heir is now his second son, Philippe, in 1277. He has another son named Robert, who was born in 1269. So he's now that heir. No, that is not Robert, because he does the same. This is Charles of Valois. That's who this is. No? Yeah, this is Charles of Valois. So he takes the title of the Valois and is the progenitor of the House of Valois, which will later become around when the House of Capet runs out of male heirs in about 40 years. So you better watch out, because this guy is about to get screwed over. No, his descendants are about to get screwed over. This is Philippe III, though, not Philippe IV yet. Spoiler alert. This is the Valois guy, Charles of Valois. He's extremely important. 1280s go by, so we get to 1285, because in 1285, Philippe III dies, leaving the throne to his son, Philippe IV. Philippe IV now becomes king. This guy here is the Valois gentleman, and then he doesn't have any other kids, so after him, is this Louis? This is Louis de Evero. right here. This is another son of Philippe III. Philippe III had another son. That's who this is. The younger brother of the Valois, Charles of Valois, and Philippe IV here. So, but in 1289, Philippe IV has a son named Louis, who will eventually become Louis X, and then Charles of Valois also there. But in 1293, Philippe IV has another son who will eventually become Philippe V. So that's two sons that will eventually become king, and you'll see why that happens. He gets lucky. So 1200s go by. Now we're into 1300. Philippe IV continues to rule for a little bit longer until 1314. Philippe IV dies in 1314, and then Louis X becomes king. Louis X doesn't have any kids just yet. He will have. He works for the most legendary monarch in French history, Jean I. Son, if you're watching this, I don't know if he is, but he loves Jean I. So 1315, though, Louis X is on the throne. Louis X dies in his 20s. This is finally where the 400 plus years of simple father-son succession comes to an end. It had all been eldest son, father, son, father, son, father, son for the whole time. There had never been a brother inherit the throne ever since the 900s. So Louis X continues on the throne from January to June of 1316. But in 1316, Louis X dies young. But he doesn't have any kids. However, his wife is pregnant with a son who was born 5 months later. So the son is technically ruling between June and November of 1316 as a baby. After Louis X dies. So these brothers right here, Charles and Philippe, they have to deal with them knowing that there is a newborn baby that's not even born that takes precedence over them as king. But in November 20th of 1316, King Jean I, the legendary Jean I, is born. But Jean I rules for 5 months, but he dies on November 25th, 1316. King Jean I lives 5 days, not years, not months, that's not even weeks. Days. 5 days he lives. But he ended up ruling for 5 months because he was actually ruling from June to the end of 1316 because his dad, Louis X, have died. So he's king. So you say there was no king between June and November of 1316. Yeah, there was. There had to have been. You can't not have a king. So it's technically pregnant mom here. Right there. That's the only time a woman's going to inherit the throne of France. Right there. I'm just letting you know that. That is the baby. So Jean I dies. Now, after Jean I in November 1316, we get to the end of 1316 where Jean I's uncle, Philippe, becomes Philippe V. The rest of 1316 because Jean sadly dies. Think about it. Jean had been from a direct male line with no uncles or brothers inheriting the throne all the way since Hugh Capet. All the way back here. Every single king you see right now that we went over were all direct male descendants, of course, of Hugh Capet. I mean, they're all direct male descendants, but all father's son. Hugh Capet, all the way over here. All the way to Jean I. So we go through all the 1000s, the 1100s, the 1200s, all this history, 1300s. Then we get to 1316. That's when that goes down. So Philippe the Fifth is now king throughout the time. But Philippe V doesn't have any kids. He's still part of the House of Capet, though. They're actually the kings of Navarre. Philippe IV he takes over Navarre. So he becomes king of Navarre. Louis X was also king of Navarre. Same with Jean I and Philippe V, as well as Charles IV, which we'll get to in a second. So, ooh, man. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, holy crap. Okay, so Charles of Valois is now next in line after Philippe's brother Charles, right here. So that's the end of 1316. So now we get to 1317, 1318, 1319, and 1322. Philippe V dies without kids. He's pretty young. He's like not even 30 years old. He's 29 years old. He dies without kids. So now Charles, his younger brother, becomes Charles IV. His heir is now Charles of Valois, who was the younger brother of Philippe IV over here. That's Charles of Valois. He has a son named Philippe right here. Philippe will eventually become Philippe the Sixth, but there is a problem because in 1325, Charles of Valois dies, but that's not a big deal. The problem is in 1328, what happens? So there's a huge conflict that goes on. Now, as I discussed before, the rules of succession in France are pretty simple. Male, strict male-only line. However, we go back to Philippe the Fifth here. Philippe V had 4 kids, or Philippe IV had 4 kids in total. The eldest son was Louis X, right here. And then there was Philippe V, and then Charles IV. He had one daughter named Isabella. And Isabella married King Edward II of England, which means that she was the mother of King Edward III of England, one of the most powerful monarchs during the Middle Ages in Europe. She was the mother of Edward III. And Edward III's, obviously, she was the one that had deposed his father and she took over, but he was still there. She was the sister of Charles IV here, and Philippe V, and Louis X, and then the aunt of the famous Jean I. So there's basically a huge conflict that goes on because there was a debate on if that male had to come from a strict male-only line or if a male from a female branch could be allowed to allow Edward III to become king. Now, Edward III and every single monarch, all the way until George III in 1801, had used the fleur-de-lis symbol on the coat of arms because they believed that they were the true kings of France and not the Valois. Because when Charles IV died, Philippe VI is actually the true heir based on the strict male-only agnatic rules, the Salic law. They follow something called Salic law, which means that only males can inherit from a strict male-only line, but the Plantagenets did not want to admit to that. So in 1329, Philippe VI becomes king, as the rules imply. But it was the conflict between these two people, Edward III and Philippe VI, that started the 100 Years' War between France and England, which lasted until the 1430s. It was a very long war. Until it lasted till about, I think, 14. When did the 100 Years' War end? When did the 100 Years' War end? I think it was like 1436.
I found this on the web.
1453. Dang. 1337 is when it actually broke out. Anyhow, I was kind of getting ahead of myself there. Philippe VI, either way, France did end up winning that war, so they got to keep it. So this is now no longer the House of Capet. This is the House of Valois right now, the Valois branch, named after Charles of Valois, who was this guy here, the brother of the fourth. So Philippe VI has a son named Jean, who was born in 1319. Jean, he will later become Jean II, and then Philippe VI has another son. This guy's name is, let's see here. He was born in 1293. Philippe VI then dies in 1350. All right, no, he doesn't. He dies in, I don't know when he dies because he won't tell me. Okay, his second son is a guy named Louis. No, this is Philippe de Valois right here. So Philippe VI continues to rule for a little bit until 1338. 1338, Jean has a son named Charles. Charles will eventually become Charles V. We're going to get a lot of Charleses here soon. So Philippe VI has his son Jean II, and then Philippe V. No, not Philippe V. Philippe VI has his son Jean II, and then Charles V. So he's got a grandson now, getting to become king, which is very good. Which is pretty early to have a grandson at. I mean, Jean II was pretty young when he had him. So 1340s go by, and 1350 is when Philippe VI dies, leaving the throne to Jean the First, or not Jean the First, Jean the Second. His son is known as Jean the Good. Charles or Charles the Fifth is now his heir. So Charles V is now the heir to Jean II, and then Charles V has the Valois get screwed over here soon, but Charles V has a younger brother named Louis d'Anjou, Louis the First of Anjou. He's Count of Anjou. That happens then. So he was born in 1339, just a year after Charles V was born in 1338. So that happened. Jean II continues to hold power for about, say, 14 years until 1364. 1364 is when Jean II dies. After a pretty good reign he had, was a good king during that period. He's known as Jean the Good, so he must have been a pretty good guy, I say. But in 1365, Charles V is now on the throne. After Jean II, his father dies, and then Louis d'Anjou is now. I started recording about 9:08 p.m. It's now 11:05, 11:06. So I've been doing this for about 2 hours now. So that is Louis d'Anjou. This guy here is another son of Jean II. His name is. What's his name? His name is Jean de Berry, Jean the First de Berry. So that's in 1365. In 1368, Charles V has his son, Charles VI. Now, this painting is actually original of Charles VI when he becomes king, which we'll get to in a second. That's him. In 1372, Charles V has another son named, let's see, his name is Louis of Orleans. So this is where it starts the Orleans branch. So that was in 1372. That's when Charles V has a second son. Forgot to go over the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague, Black Death, happens in this period during Philippe VI's reign, where most of Europe dies. Happens between Philippe VI. I wonder if he died from that. How did Philippe VI die? Because he died around that time. That'd be interesting if he did die from that. Yeah, he welcomed David II of Scotland into there. They did not like Edward III. Edward III was still king during the reign of Jean II and Charles V. Charles V was king when Edward III died. I mean, it was a long time. Edward III did not like France at all. France and England were not friends forever. They'd always been enemies until like 1914. So they had been since this period. France and England just hated each other. Guts for a long time. So that's Charles V. That's in 1365. In 1368, of course, he has his son Charles VI, and then in 1372, Louis of Orleans is born. Not much goes down, I don't think, for the rest of the 1300s. Actually, no. In 1380, that's when Charles V dies, and then Charles VI becomes king. Charles VI is pretty cool. This is an original painting from the 1300s, so that's pretty cool how they have an original medieval style painting still around. And then Louis of Orleans is the whatever you can call it. He's the heir. And then we get to this guy over here, Louis d'Anjou. So, guys, I'm actually going to end up here for the night because I've been filming for about 2 hours. I'm going to come and film the rest tomorrow, finish that up. So I'm going to be wearing different clothes. So I'm going to finish that up tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then, which is like a few seconds from now. I'll see you guys then. Goodbye. Wah. All right, guys, I'm back. This is day 2 of filming this. I had to go to bed last night because I had school today. But this is the next afternoon after I filmed that last piece. So we ended off in 1380. Oh, man, this won't load. It's loading. Give it some time. Got me some Cheetos. We're ready to go. So, in 1381, of course, Charles VI takes the throne after his father, Charles V, dies. Well, won't load, but you get the idea. So, his current heir is his younger brother. Let me pull him up. His younger brother is his heir currently, and then after him is his uncle. His uncle's name is Louis d'Anjou. Anjou right here is the younger brother of Charles V, the previous king. I can't go back to him for some reason, but he is the brother of Charles V. So Charles VI, those are his two heirs. His brother, Charles VI, the brother is Louis of Orleans, right here. So this all happens until we get to 1385. In 1385, this guy, Anjou, dies, and this guy here, oh, let me pull up my pointer. All right. This guy here ends up dying in 1384. He was born in 1339. He dies in 1384. And now the heir is the next. Louis d'Anjou had a child named Louis II d'Anjou, who was born in 1377. So at this point, he's only 8 years old in 1385. But he is now second in line after Charles VI's brother, Louis of Orleans. This all holds true. We get into the 1390s. We're about to the point where I was born. I was born in 1397. That may or may not be true. In 1391, Louis of Orleans, has a son by the name of Louis d'Orleans. He names him just the same thing. Remember, Louis was born in 1372. He has his son in 1391. That's him right there. However, we don't really have a good picture of Louis, so it's just him being born there. But he doesn't live very long because he does end up dying in 1395, the age of 4 years old, and lives 4 years. So therefore, in 1396, we get a man after this guy, Louis d'Anjou. Charles VI doesn't have any kids by 1396. We'll just skip forward to 1397. That was the year I was born. So Charles VI was on the throne then. So, let's get over here. Louis d'Orleans, luckily, although this baby here had died in 1395, Louis d'Orleans actually had another son in 1393 named Jean. But Jean died in 1393. He didn't live long at all. But he had a third son in 1394 by the name of Charles d'Orleans. He was born in 1394, so now as we get to 1396, 1397, he is now second in line after Louis. So now we're into 1400. We have now entered the 15th century. So, if we get back to Charles VI, Remember, Charles VI has been on the throne for about 20 years now because, let's see if we can go back. So here's Charles V. This is his father. So this guy, previously, if you remember, that was his brother. This guy's brother, but he died in 1384, so get how the succession works there. Oh, yeah, by the way, this guy here, this guy's son is bypassed when Louis of Orleans has a son in 1391. The rest of 1390. So now we're into the 1400s. Not much happens. This guy here is the, I believe he's another. Yeah, he's the son of Louis of Orleans here. Not much happens until we get to 1403. In 1403, that is when Charles VI has his first son. This is when we get to the age known as, like, what I personally call, like, the age of the hats, because that is when there was a weird point in French history between, like, 1380, Charles VI, all the way to, like, the Bourbons taking over in the 1580s. There's about a 200-year period where French monarchs just wore fancy hats. They didn't really wear crowns anymore. The last one with a crown in the portrait was Charles V. Charles V has a crown, but Charles VI does not. Where are we at? 1403. So Charles VI has his son named Charles. He will eventually become King Charles VII. And then Louis of Orleans, still in there. Charles VI actually ended up only having one son. He did have another son in 1407, but he died very young. He only lived less than a month, so that's how that goes. This is all static until we get to 1407. In 1407, Louis of Orleans, the younger brother of the king, Charles VI, passed away in 1407. So now when we get to 1408, yeah, he dies in 1407. So now his son is back. Is now second in line after Charles's son. Now Charles VI is kind of known as Charles the Mad, and I'll tell you why here. Basically, well, we'll get more closer to things. So not much happens throughout the 1410s. So we'll go to 1414 because it's a cool year. So he's known as Charles the Mad because he actually went, like, mentally insane, catatonic, if you will, during his reign. France fell under the regency of, his uncle, because he became king really young too. Charles VI was born in 1368, and he took the throne in 1380, so he was only 12 years old when he became king originally, which I didn't talk about earlier. That's when Charles VI did become king. That was that. But he'd get, like, let's see if there's anything on this. In April of 1392, Charles fell to a mysterious illness. Get out of here. Stupid fly. It was in April of 1392 when he first got the disease. It was, fell to a mysterious illness which caused hair and nails to fall out. Shortly after an apparent recovery, the king was traveling under arms with a troop of guards when Charles drew his sword and killed several of his own men. He got very, just paranoid very easily with his soldiers, so he actually killed his own men on the battlefield there in the 1390s. He was overpowered and disarmed and became completely unresponsive before he fell to a coma-like state. Although Charles improved, he never fully recovered and suffered bouts of madness for the remainder of his life. In 1393, he experienced some relief after an experimental trepanning operation, but suffered a relapse in 1395. Charles's instability became more and more prevalent. His delusions included denying that he was the king. Like, he was like, I'm not the king. I don't know why you guys think I'm the king. I am not the king of France. And he was like, oh. And that he had a wife or children. He denied the fact that this guy was even his son, or that he even had a wife. Crying that his enemies were upon him, attacking any servants or doctors who attempted to enter his rooms, smashing the furniture. and urinating in his clothes. So he basically peed on his clothes and destroyed his own furniture and wouldn't let doctors come in the room. He howled like a wolf. I mean, this guy was crazy. He refused to bathe for months, at a stage where he believed that he was made of glass. It was a point in time where he actually thought he was made of glass. So I really don't know what's wrong with this guy. He insisted that iron rods should be inserted into his clothing to prevent him from breaking. An attempt at peace with England was orchestrated in 1396 when Charles's daughter, the 7-year-old Isabella of Valois, married the 29-year-old Richard II of England, who was king at the time in 1396. So we're back here in the 1300s. So this is back when that's happening. However, and eventually England's Henry V led an invasion in France, which ended with the French defeat in Agincourt in 1415. So for those of you that don't know, Henry V led a lot of expeditions in France during his reign and actually conquered a lot of French territory. And Charles VI didn't care because he was like, I'm not even the king. I'm literally made out of glass. So he actually had a thing signed with Henry V that said after Charles VI dies, Henry V can become king of France. So he almost just flat out gave the English monarch rights to the French throne. Let's continue the story. Charles signed a Treaty of Troyes giving his daughter Catherine marriage to Henry V, and they were recognized as the heirs to the French throne, setting aside the Dauphin, Charles. So he didn't care about his son at all because he's like, this guy's not even my son. I don't know who this guy is. He's not my son. So that is. It's questionable anyway. Henry V brought Charles VI, who had been living in a state of neglect, back to Paris. In the autumn of 1422, Charles fell ill and died at the age of 54. During his reign, it was known as both Charles the Well-Beloved and Charles the Mad. So he dies in 1422. Now you're like, oh, after he dies, why did Henry V become king? Well, Charles VI here dies in October of he dies in October of 1422. Henry V dies in September of 1422. It's right now September of 2022, so that's kind of cool. But he actually died a month before Charles VI. And Henry V had one son. He had a 9-month-old son who eventually became Henry VI of England, but he didn't take the French throne because, Charles VI already had a 19-year-old son himself, although he didn't think he was his son. He was his son and the heir to the throne. So once we get to 1423, Charles VII is now king. It's actually at this point, Charles VII, that same year, actually had a son of his own. Charles VII has a son also in 1423 named Louis. Louis is his son and heir now, and then this guy over here is still second in line. He almost became the heir, but he didn't. So now we get to the rest of the 1420s. Right on 1430. 100 Years' War is almost to an end now with France's victory. Charles VII leads France to the victory in 1453. This happens all until 1446. In 1446, Charles VII has another son named Charles of Valois. Remember, we're in the House of Valois right now. Charles VII here was part of the House of Valois. So was Charles VI. He was also a Valois king. Same with his father, Charles V. Charles V was also Valois. And then Jean II. And then the first Valois king was Philippe VI. So that's kind of a little history behind that. For those of you who don't know right now. So we're about 1440s. So 1446, Charles VII has Charles of Valois, who Charles of Valois is his second son. So the 100 Years' War is officially won in 1453. Charles VII leads the victory against England. The King of England at that time is Henry VI, who's part of the House of Lancaster. So it holds true until we get to the 1460s. In 1461, Charles VII dies at the age of 58, leaving the throne to his son, Louis, who becomes King Louis XI. Louis XI, in my opinion, is kind of an interesting king. I mean, just look at him. He looks like a, look at such, I don't know. Like, is this his hair right here? What is that? Now into 1462. Ooh, good. It's real nice. So as far as descendants go, Charles VII, not much happened during his reign. A lot happened in France, but not much happened for his heirs, because Louis XI is now king. Louis XI, you know, pretty cool. That's so good. It feels great outside today. It was pretty hot earlier. The sun's behind a cloud right now, so it feels pretty good. So where was I? So Louis XI is now king in 1462. Charles, his younger brother, is his heir, and then his first cousin, this guy over here, I forgot his name. I need to stop forgetting people's names. He's the son of Louis of Orleans. Is this guy's name Louis too? That's Charles. Charles is the first cousin of Louis XI. No. This guy's the first cousin of Charles VII, because Charles VI, that's Charles VI's nephew there. He had his brother here, who died in 1407. That was his son. Back to 1462. All right, Louis XI is king. All right. Let's get back to business. Let's read up a little bit. Shout outs to all the creators on here, on the website that I'm getting some of this information from. So Louis XI, let's read up a little bit about Louis XI, so we can learn together, because I don't know too much about Louis XI, and I'd like to learn more. He was the son of Charles VII and Maria of Naples d'Anjou, also known as Louis the Cruel. On June 24th of 1436, he married Margaret of Scotland, the daughter of James I of Scotland. James I of Scotland, not of England. That was later on in the 1600s. James I of Scotland. He despised his father, Charles VII. He did not like him. A lot of family feud going on right now. And his mistress was Agnes Sorel, and attempted to depose his own father in 1440 and 1446, but failed. In 1456, back here, he again argued with his father and fled to Burgundy, where the message of his father's death reached him in 1461. So he was in Burgundy from 1456 to 1461, so he was there for 5 years. And then in 1465, the noble families allied against him, fought them successfully over the years, for the next few years. In 1465, though, this guy here dies. So now the next heir is going to be this guy's son. He has a son named Louis. Louis is now the second in line. So it's this guy's son here in 1466. So in 1477, his main enemy was Charles the Bold, who died and gained the upper hand of the rest of the nobles. That's Louis XI. This guy here will eventually become, well, you'll see. He's Louis. Now he's the second in line after Louis XI's younger brother. So now we're into 1470. In 1470, Louis XI has a son named Charles. A lot of Charleses in this at this time in the Valois. Charles is a very common name for the Valois monarchs. It's the only royal house where the name Louis wasn't the most prevalent. There were actually a lot of Charleses in the House of Valois. So now Louis XI's brother Charles is now, his cousin name is also Charles. There's two Charles in line. Louis XI has a son named Charles, and he has a brother named Charles of Valois. This all holds true until we get to 1475, because in 1475, Charles of Valois dies. So now Louis, the first cousin of Louis XI. Wait, no, he wouldn't be. He'd be like I think he's a second cousin. He's the second cousin of Louis XI here. This Louis here. But we don't have to worry about it because in 1476 we still have Louis XI's got his son Charles able to take the throne. We'll see if he has any more kids. This holds true for the rest of the 1470s. He does not have any more kids, and then Louis XI does eventually die in 1483 after just being on the throne for 22 years. Not that long of a reign, but also not too bad. In 1484 now we have Charles VIII. Charles VIII is now on the throne of France with his second cousin, once removed, Louis, down here as the heir. I believe that's his second cousin. I have to check that out. So Charles VII only had two sons. So money. Yes, so this guy is the... Wait a minute. So Louis of Orleans is the brother of Charles VI. Charles VI's son was Charles VII. That guy's Charles VII. Louis XI. So this is Louis XI's second cousin right here, this man. Okay. That makes sense. So this is his second cousin once removed. Louis here. This guy here, Louis, though, at this point has a son named Michael de Bussy. He was actually born in 1484, so that's how that is. Charles VIII continues to rule until we get to 1492. In 1492, Charles VIII has a son, but this sad story with him, he doesn't live long. His son, who is named, this guy lived from 1470. 1492 also was the year that Columbus sailed the ocean blue, if you remember the saying. 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue or something. Something like that. That was the year that happened, but we're not here to talk. That was more Spanish history than and American history than French history. France didn't really have anything to do with that. But in 1492, Charles VIII did have a son, and his name was Charles Orlando, but he dies in 1495, so he didn't live long. So now once we get to 1496, Louis, second cousin once removed, is back in line. This is Louis' son right here. This guy is actually third cousin to Charles VIII here. Charles VIII, sadly, himself dies in 1498 after just being on the throne for a measly 15 years. Charles VIII passes away, so now once we get to 1499, Louis XII is king, who is this guy. So I said he becomes King Louis XII. Louis XII has a son. He's got one son, this guy here. Of course, Louis XII was born in 1462. So as right now in 1499, Louis XII is king. He's one of the last kings of the House of Valois. He actually ended up marrying Mary Tudor, who was the younger sister of Henry VIII at one point. Married her way later on, 1514, but this is 1499. Michael is that guy. Well, this guy here. So now his second heir is a man named Francois. Francois over here. who I believe is actually the brother-in-law. One of these guys. I don't remember who it is. It's one of his siblings. And Francois, I don't remember what year he was born. I think it was 1494. So this guy... So it turns out this guy's related to him pretty distantly because Louis of Orleans, if we go all the way back to the 1300s, this guy here, the younger brother of Charles VI, he plays a major role because he had a other son named Jean. Oh no, his name was, Jean. Jean was born in 1400, way back during the reign of Charles VI. And he had a son in 1459 named Charles de Orleans Angouleme, and that was way during the reign of Charles VII. That was in 1459. And then he had a son named Francois, who suddenly becomes the senior heir in 1499 after Louis XII's son. But Francois actually ended up marrying a woman named Eleanor of Austria, who was actually... No, it wasn't Eleanor of Austria. It was Claude de France, who was actually the daughter of Louis XII. Louis XII's daughter married a relative. I believe it was probably like a third or fourth cousin. Francois was. So it was his first cousin once removed, or second cousin once removed, / son-in-law. This was technically his son-in-law, Louis XII, but that's not why he's here. He's actually a senior heir too. 49. And now we're to 1500. We're getting pretty close to the modern day now. I mean, relatively close, not really. We still have over 500 years, half a millennium to go, but not much happens until we get to 1511, I believe. 1511 is when Louis XII, his only son and heir, dies. His Michael dies in 1511. So now, once we get to 1512, Louis XII, this guy, Francois here, is now the heir. Once we get towards this part of the 1500s, the Valois branch is kind of running out of male heirs. There's a big problem happening right now, and you'll see why in a second. So this guy here is Charles de Valois. He dies in 1525, but as of right now, in 1512, he is the heir. So what we got to do... Charles de Valois. I was a woman, that's why. That's why. Okay, Louis of Orleans. So, Jean, this guy, he had one son. He was that guy. He had one son, Francois. Francois has got no kids at this point in 1512, so that's not good. Francois, I mean, he's only 18 years old, so, he's got time, I think. And he will produce. So, Louis of Orleans, there's another son named Philippe. No, not Philippe, kids. So, after Louis of Orleans, we actually have to go up even further back to find an heir. So we have to go all the way back to Charles V. Charles V, who ruled way back. Charles V had a brother named Louis d'Anjou. If we remember Anjou, this guy here, Louis d'Anjou, this man. And then he had a son named Louis. And Louis was actually, I believe, second in line in 1380s. This guy here. He had a son named Louis III in 1403. He didn't have any kids. But he did have another son named Rene in 1409. This guy had a son in 1409. So we know what's going on in 1409. Remember, this guy dies in 1407. So it's 1409. Rene. Then he's got a son named Jean II d'Anjou. And then he had a son 1448, but then he didn't have a son, so screwed. So Jean, go back up to Louis, this guy here, find an heir. Remember, he is the son of the brother of Charles V, who in turn, Charles V's father was a guy named Jean II, all the way back here. So all these guys descend from Jean II. He left a lot of kids, but the rest did not. So he doesn't have any brothers. So there is Charles of Anjou, but we don't know. So we have to go to the next son in line. So his eldest son obviously was Charles V. Charles V's line is dead at this point after Charles VIII died. So now we have to go on this guy's line. This guy, well, no, not necessarily, because Charles V's line is still alive, not until Louis XII dies. But after Louis XII dies, this guy all the way over here, I'm coming way back and forth, but we're in 1512. So when Louis XII dies, he doesn't have a son to take over. So Francois here is part of. Yeah. So after Louis XII passes away, Charles V's line is dead. So you have to go back in time. So we're going to have to go back to the 1300s. So when Jean II dies in 1364, he's got his eldest son, Charles V, becomes king. And then there's a second son, this Anjou guy. And then he has a third son. This third son here was born in, his name is Jean Dagobert. He was born in 1340, dies in 1416. He has a son named Bon de Berry. No, that was a woman. He only had sons. He only had daughters, so they can't inherit the throne. Look, although Jean II had a fourth son, so his eldest was Charles V, and then this guy here, and then this guy here. Charles V, Louis d'Anjou, Jean de Berry. And then he has a fourth son named Philippe II of Burgundy. He was born in 1342, dies in 1404. He had a son named John of Burgundy in 1371. So this is the fourth son. He's not on here. But in 1371, he had a son named John of Burgundy. John had a son in 1396 in turn by the name of Philippe de Burgundy III, and then he has a son in 1421 by the name. So I'm just going through the dates so you can see kind of what was happening those years. Antoine Le Grand Bâtard de Burgundy, but he didn't have any sons, and he had a brother named Charles, and Charles only had daughters, and he was born in 1433, but he didn't have any sons. So that means we're going all the way back to Jean II again. Because he only had daughters. So the fourth son again was Philippe the Burgundy. So yeah, the three sons. These are the three oldest. There was a fourth son that's not listed on here. John of Burgundy. No, Philippe of Burgundy. Philippe the Burgundy in total had a total of how many sons did he have? He only had four sons. He had four sons. One of them only lived to be 1 year old. The eldest of which was John of Burgundy in 1371, but he only had his line died out. So then you get to Antoine. This is why Salic law is very complicated and hard to find heirs with. So the Valois branch is really running low on heirs. So we not only have to find a senior heir from a strict male line, we have to find a senior heir that's a descendant of this guy here, Louis VI. And if it's before Louis VI, we're screwed. The House of Valois is dead. That is also still alive in 1512, which is way down the line. Because we're still in the mid-1300s. This is like 150 years later. So it's going to be a few generations, several generations before we get back to that. So we're still in Jean I. Remember, Jean I dies in 1364, way back here. Yeah. And Antoine has a son named Philippe in 1404. Antoine, by the way, was born in 1384. So that's when this is happening. And then he has a son named Philippe in 1404. But then Philippe dies in 1430 without any kids. 1430. Without any kids. So we have to go all the way back to Jean II again. So Antoine, we're still at Philippe though. Philippe again was the other brother. He was the brother of Charles V. So we have to go to Philippe II, the Count of Nevers. He had one son in 1414. Oh yeah, by the way, Philippe the Count of Philippe was born in 1389. He has a son in 1414. Wait, no, this guy, he has a son, and then he didn't have any kids. So that line's dead. So now we have to go to the next son of Jean II. This is very confusing. The Valois are kind of done. So, in total, Jean II had 4 sons. Alright, see ya. Yeah, he had 4 sons. All the sons' lines are dead. The only one that isn't dead is Charles V. But Charles V's line is going to die without Louis XII, because Louis XII doesn't have any more kids. Which means we have to go back to Jean II's brother, which he didn't have any brothers. So we have to go all the way back to Philippe VI at this point. Philippe VI, who was king back in the 1340s, back during the bubonic plague. He was the king at the start of the 100 Years' War. He started the conflict between France and England. Well, it wasn't him specifically, but it was a bunch of people. His father was a guy named Charles of Valois. And if we can find Charles of Valois somewhere in here, I mean, we probably got to go back to the 1200s. This is the House of Capet back here. Remember, Philippe VI was the first king from the House of Valois, this guy here. But we go back to the House of Capet. This is Charles IV. Charles of Valois was actually the younger brother of Philippe IV right here. Philippe IV, way back there in 1280s. This is Charles of Valois. This guy's the father of... I'm going way too far back. This guy right here is the father of Philippe VI right here, who was king later on in 1328 when he took the throne. So we have to go all the way back to that guy. So Philippe IV was first born in 1270. Now he was born in 12. This is Philippe III. Philippe III was born in 1245. So he has his sons in total. In 1265, he has Louis, who died young. Philippe IV here was born in 1268. And then Charles of Valois was born in 1270. Which we get to Charles of Valois. This guy dies in 1276. So now we get Charles of Valois here, who was the third son of Philippe III. Philippe III, obviously, Philippe IV became king in 1285 when he died. Charles of Valois siblings. He had Philippe III had another son named Louis de Alvaro, who was born in 1276 and died in 1319. He had a son named not Mary. He had a son named Philippe of Navarra III. 1306 was when he was born. And he has a son named Charles in 1332. So now the Valois are actually in the throne at this point. And then he has a son named Carlos in 1361. These are all like the kings of Navarre and stuff. And then he has a son, Carlos, in 1397, but his branch is dead at that point because he didn't have any kids. So, that kind of sucks. Oh, Philippe's line is dead too. Philip. Oh, no. We are at a huge succession crisis, ladies and gentlemen. So we got to go back to Philippe III again. Philippe III, this guy. This is why it was so important for French monarchs to have male lines, to have a bunch of sons, in case something like this would happen. So Philippe III, luckily, his father, Louis IX. His father was Louis IX. And he had a lot of sons. Louis, the first son was Louis, who died young. And then there was Philippe III himself, which is right here. And then there was Jean, who died young. And there was another Jean, who died in 1270? 1270? While he's here, this guy. No. Yes, this guy. Jean. He didn't have any kids. So then we have to get to Pierre. Pierre was another son of Louis IX, who was born in 1251. Back here. Remember, he's Saint Louis. He has a son named Louis, but he dies young. And both of his sons die young. So now we have to get to the next brother. He was a guy named Robert de Clermont. The Count of Clermont. Robert the Count of Clermont. He is an extremely important person because, well, he was born all the way back in 1256. He was another son of Louis IX. Dies in 1317. And then he has a son in 1279, Louis, who becomes the Duke of Bourbon. Louis I de Bourbon. He has a son named Pierre de Bourbon. And then he's got a son named Louis in 1337. So jump forward to 1337. This is how the Valois are playing out at this point. The Valois house is going to die after Louis the 12th. Then he has another son named Louis in 1378. Louis de Bourbon. But he had a brother. He didn't have any kids, but luckily he did have a brother who was born in 1381. Who did have a son named Charles, who was born in 1401. And then he had a son named Jean, born in 1423. Then he had no sons, but he did have a brother who was born in 1434. And he didn't have a son, but he had a brother who was born in 1437, named Louis. And then he had a son in 1465 named Louis as well. That was in 1465. Okay. Louis de Bourbon. He didn't have any sons. So we have to go back to Louis. And then he had another sibling. He was born back in 1438. Another brother. His name was Pierre II, who then had a son in 1476 named Charles, but he didn't have any sons. So after Pierre, we have to go to another sibling, and at that point, we're out of brothers. So we have to go all the way back to 1401, when Charles I of Bourbon was born in 1401, and then we got to do his second son named Charles. Oh, no, I already did that. Jean I, who was born in 1381. 1381. Oh, man, we're getting screwed here. He is a son in 1405, another son in 1405. Luckily, he did have two sons. And then he had a son named Gilbert in 1443. Okay. Gilbert de Bourbon. And he died in 1496, so if we can get his son, he's probably still alive. Luckily, well, he did have a son in 1483. Son was born in 1483, but he died in 1501. Now, in 1501, Louis XII was king, but did happen. And then he didn't have any kids. But in 1490, he did have a brother who was born by the name of Charles III, the Duke of Bourbon. He was born in 1490, and he was alive in 1512. So that's him. So that's how we found an heir. So that goes all the way back to the son of Louis IX. This guy. To find an heir. So at that point, they're barely even related. Look at this. Look how much time. So yeah. But that's just how that is until we get to 1515, because in 1515... Oh, no. The Valois branch still has hope out because Francois is actually part of the Valois branch too. Francois the First. In 1515, Louis XII dies, leaving the throne to this guy, his son-in-law, who's also a fourth cousin or something, named Francois the First. This guy is the Bourbon guy. I don't know who this is, but this is the Bourbon guy, and I'm not going to try to find who this guy is because it's going to take me forever. So 1516, that's when Francois becomes king. This is all good until we get to 1518, because in 1518, Francois luckily has a son. He's actually trying to sustain the Valois branch a little bit in 1518. Because that's when he has this son here. And this guy's name is Francois as well. He names him after himself, as most kings typically do. His eldest son was a guy named Francois. He didn't live long, but he is now the Dauphin. And then in 1519, Francois has another son named Henri, who will become Henri II later down the line. But you're like, oh, I didn't know he was the eldest son of Francois. No, he actually had this son. This guy dies in 1536, though. Fast forward to that. There's when he dies. Now, Francois is still on the throne in 1536, and now Henri becomes the heir. But Francois actually had a third son, a guy by the name of Charles de France, who was born back in 1522 is when he was born. So we get to the 1530s. Train. That must be a loud freaking train because the railroad tracks are like about a mile from where I'm at right now. There's no railroad tracks for about a mile, so that's crazy that I can hear that train. It must be a loud freaking train. So, anyway. Now we get to the 1540s. Oh, yeah, by the way, in 1520, I forgot to skip over Francois a little bit. Francois the First is actually a pretty cool king. He, actually, there was a fair, a state fair, not a state fair, it was like some sort of fair in 1520. Francois the First has to deal with Henry VIII, trying to conquer France several times during his reign. He actually gets in a full-on wrestling match with Henry VIII in 1520. Like, we're not talking like with guns and stuff. It's a legitimate wrestle. Like, they were on the floor. They were both big guys. Francois the First and Henry VIII. They were pretty big guys. So, ironically, they both died the same year in 1547. But before we get to that, Henri right here actually has a son in 1544 named Francois as well. But Francois the First dies in 1547. This is Henri II. Then his son becomes Francois II later down the line. So that right now is Francois the First's grandson after his son Henri II. And then he has a son named Francois II. So that's in 1547. Francois the First dies. So now we get to the 1548. This guy here, Henri II, is now king in 1548. This man here is a guy named, what is his name? This is Louis de France. No, that's not him. I guess, oh, he was dead. Who is this guy? Oh, this is one of those Bourbon guys. This is one of those really distant Bourbon guys. Now, this guy is actually interesting because he is the father of the ninth cousin of one of these kings. He is the father of the first king from the Bourbon branch. The father of Henri IV, which we'll get to here in a second, but just know that. This doesn't last long because in 1549... Oh, yeah, by the way, this is how this guy's related here in Henri IV. So, Francois II's the heir to Henri II right now. So, this is a family tree right here of how this guy's related. Because, again, you got to go all the way back to Louis IX. Louis IX, King of France, 1215, 1220, 1270 right here. He has, this is the Royal House of France throughout the Capet branch right here. And this. But he has his fifth and youngest son is Robert of France, the Count of Clermont. And then he has a son who creates the title of the Bourbons, starts the House of Bourbon, named Louis I. He was born in 1280 and died in 1342. And then he's got a son named Peter, who was born in 1312 and died in 1356. And then he's got a younger brother named James I of Bourbon, first Count of La Marche, who was born in 1315. He has a son named Peter in 1342, but he dies young without any kids. So then you get this guy over here, John, who was born in 1344, dies in 1393. Then he has a son in 1370, James II. And then he's got a son in 1410, who then the Dukes of Nemours down here, but that's a female line, so that's a daughter, so you have to go to the next son here. Louis de Bourbon, 1376 to 1446. And he goes down here, then you get to John of Bourbon, Jean, he was born in 1428, dies in 1478, and then you get down here to Francis in 1470, and he's got a son, Charles of Bourbon, in 1489, and then he has a son named Louis I. Now, he should actually be the heir right now. I didn't put him in because I didn't know, but he should actually be the heir, but he doesn't have any sons, so then you have to get to Antoine, Bourbon, and then he's got a son named Henri, Henri will later become the king of France after the huge succession crisis. Now, think about it, Louis IX is the most common ancestor between Antoine here and Henri II. Remember, Henri II is still part of the House of Valois, but Antoine is like an 8th or 9th cousin. They share a common ancestor back in the 1200s. This is the 1500s. That's how unrelated the House of Bourbon is, but because of the Salic law, and it has to be from a strict male-only line, that's the heir. So, in 1549, though, Antoine will be back later, or at least his son will be. So, in 1549, Henri II does have another son, this guy here, but then he dies in 1550 at the age of 1, and then by 1551, Henri II had already had another son. This guy is named Charles. He will become King Charles IX later down the line. And then Henri II continues to reign until 1559. And this guy's about 17, 18 years old when he becomes king in 1560. Francois II. Now, Francois II is actually pretty interesting because he had the opportunity to change history, but he didn't. Because he died pretty young. Remember, the House of Valois branch isn't technically dead because Henri II has a lot of sons. He's got 3 sons. He's got Francois, he's got Charles here, and then he's got another son over here named Henri. So they have the opportunity to carry on the Valois branch, but none of them end up having heirs. So in 1560, Francois II was actually the husband of Mary, Queen of Scots. They didn't have any kids together, though. Imagine if that would have happened, though. He could have changed Europe's history forever. There probably wouldn't have been the French Revolution. England and Scotland probably would have never united. There probably would have been a union between France and Scotland and France hated England, so that probably could have ended England. Had he lived a long life with her and produced heirs, history probably would have gone in a completely different scenario there, but it didn't, and he died in 1560. Francois II leaving the throne to his younger brother Charles IX. And look who's back, Antoine, ready to take the throne. Antoine's getting pretty excited now because he grew up. I'm sure when he was born, he probably had no idea that he was going to become king. They're like, nah, it's just continue throughout the Valois. But Charles IX and his younger brother Henri don't have any kids. So Antoine, their 8th cousin, somehow is. Wait, I want to see the actual relationship. What is the actual relationship between these guys and Antoine here? That's what I want to know. Well, I'll look at that in a second once he actually takes the throne. So Charles IX reigns until, well, Antoine does die in 1561, but he has a son named Henri here. This guy's part of the House of Bourbon. This guy actually will end up becoming the king of France in 1589, which we'll see happen. Charles IX continues to reign until 1574. In 1574, he dies, leaving the throne to his younger brother named Henri III. Henri III. England had not England. France had always been a Catholic country, because the Protestant Reformation happened in England. England made Protestant. It was Protestant after the 1510s, back when all the Reformation stuff happened. France stayed Catholic. And he was involved, Henri III here was involved with stuff known as the French Wars of Religion, and he actually ended up getting assassinated in 1589 without any kids. So in 1589, look who becomes king. Henri IV. A man from the House of Bourbon. So I'm gonna actually go and see how these guys are related. We're going to look at the family tree, and we're going to see how Henri III is related to Henri IV, because it is very far off, because you have to go all the way back to Louis IX. So here's the tree. So I'm going to do this in my head. So Louis IX, his son is Philippe III, of course. Philippe III has a brother. So the Count of Clermont here is the brother of Philippe III. Making it so that Louis I and Philippe IV are first cousins. Therefore, he's also first cousins with that guy, with Philippe IV, and Charles of Valois, who we talked about earlier. He's got a son down here, James, who is actually the second cousin to a lot of people. Philippe VI, Louis X, Charles IV, and Philippe V. So he's their third cousin. I think so. This would be just got the second cousin. No, the second cousin. Yeah, this guy's the sibling of Philippe IV. Philippe III, Philippe IV. That's first cousin, second cousin to Louis X and Philippe VI. This guy here is the third cousin of Jean I and Jean II, the third cousin. This guy down here is the fourth cousin of Charles V. This guy down here is the fifth cousin of Charles VI. This guy here is the sixth cousin, Charles VII. Sixth cousin. This guy down here is the seventh cousin. Seventh freaking cousin. Of who was I on? This would be Louis XI and Louis XII. Seventh cousin. Making this guy down here the eighth cousin of Charles VIII and Francois I. This is their eighth cousin. Francois I. So then it's Henri IV, and then Francois I's son was Henri II. So that would be an eighth cousin twice removed of Henri III, because this guy would be the ninth cousin of... No, it's a ninth... No, Henri II. No, it's once removed. Eighth cousin once removed. Yeah. And then Henri IV's son will be the ninth cousin of these guys. So this guy right here, these two individuals. So once this guy gets assassinated, his eighth cousin once removed. This guy here is Henri IV. Does Henri IV have any kids in 1589? I don't know if he does. I don't think he does. He was born, I don't know what year he was born, but I know he died in 1610. Okay. He's born in 1553. So his son He doesn't have any sons at this point. So these guys are both 8th cousins once removed to Henri III. So when he gets assassinated as 8th cousin once removed becomes king, Henri IV, which is like almost unheard of. That might be, as far as the history of monarchs in Europe go, that might be the farthest apart in relativity, as far as relatives go. That might be like the farthest apart that any any monarch and an heir is from each other. An 8th cousin once removed. That is just crazy. If anybody in the comments can even name an 8th cousin, that is pretty insane. Because remember, they share, this is 1590 we're talking about. They share a common ancestor of a guy born back in the early 1200s, almost the 1100s. So that is just ridiculous. But hey. Oh, God. Oh, there's a big spider. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. Why do you have to jump down on my phone? Get out of here. Get. Piece of garbage. Get. Where'd he go? Oh, my God. He's up in my freaking... Oh, my gosh. We're going to have to move, guys. Oh, that spider scared the crap. That was big. He was on the freaking move. I don't know where he went. Oh. I'm scared. Okay, we're moving over here. Okay. Oh. God, that spider was scary. I'm gonna go get another bag of chips. So now we're on to the House of Bourbon. Now, for you alcoholics out there, if you ever have had bourbon, it is named after the House of Bourbon. Whiskey, bourbon, is named after the House of Bourbon. Bourbon is just what we call it in English. But Bourbon in French. So, question is, who are these two guys? Who are his heirs at this point? So now, the House of Bourbon is officially in run, which is cool. Valois branch died with Henri III. So now as we get to Henri IV, get to 1590. Real good. Okay. Henri IV has no brothers. These are going to be... That guy did. This is the uncle of Henri IV, the younger brother of Antoine. We've seen Antoine enough, but... So, you know, this guy here. That's his brother. This guy here is his brother. But he dies in 1590, so... now this guy's here, and this guy here is his... no, he doesn't have any sons, because he was a cardinal. Well, crap. No, is it Francois? Oh, this is Francois de Bourbon Conti. No, that's Conti. Who's this guy? Screwed up. I don't know who this is. I'm trying to find him. Because I know Henri IV doesn't have any other kids or anything. Okay, Jean. Maybe it is under Charles's line. But it doesn't seem like he had any kids. Nah, I don't know. If I was a French king, I'd want to have a ton of kids. I want to have like 10 sons or something. That way I could, sustain the monarchy. Because that was a weird crisis. But they found Henri. Take it back. Oh, Oh, okay. This guy right here is Henri de Bourbon Conde II. He was born in 1588. He is the son of the brother of this guy. Oh, no. Yeah. No. He's the grandson of the brother of this guy. Oh, let me pull out my pointer. 2101. Hopefully I'll still be alive then. I don't know. Probably not, but maybe. Possible. If you're watching this in 2101, let me know. Am I still alive? Well, I'll probably know. All right. Okay. 1591. This guy is the uncle of this guy. Not much change until we get to 1601. I didn't even put in 1601. I skipped 1601. I put 1600 and then went to 1602. But trust me, in 1601, Henri IV has a son named Louis, who eventually became Louis XIII. And Louis XIII is a pretty cool guy. I mean, he looks awesome. Look at him. He looks very sweet. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I'm just eating my Cheetos. Mmm. These are good. These are really good. Mmm. 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 Anyway, so Louis XIII is born in 1601. This guy here is still the second heir. I need to get a move on here. 1607. Henri IV has another son. Right here. This guy doesn't live long, though, but he was born in 1607. His name is... His younger brother of Louis XIII. His name is Nicolas Henri de Bourbon. In 1610, this guy also tries to become Protestant. Tries to make France Protestant. And then he ends up getting assassinated in 1610. Henri IV does. So now his 10-year-old son, Louis XIII, is now king. And his brother, and then his other brother. He's got another brother over here. Gaston de Orleans. He was born in 1608. But this guy here dies in 1611. So now we get 1612. Louis XIII's got his younger brother Gaston as his heir down here. And then there's this guy. Is back. Not for long, though, because not much happens until we get to 1638. Because this is when Louis XIII here is king, of course. Dead fly on there. Louis XIII is part of the House of Bourbon. He really sustains power, and he is the first king in a long time to make France an absolute monarchy under the Bourbons. Louis XIII is not messing around because we're in the 1600s now. People, the citizens of countries are starting to get mad that they don't have rights and stuff. So Louis XIII is pretty safe right now in France because he doesn't want to get assassinated. And he did, like his father and his eighth cousin or his ninth cousin were. This guy's the ninth cousin too. Henri III. So he makes France an absolute monarchy, which means he has complete control over everybody. He takes everybody out of parliament if there was parliament. And Louis XIII controls each and every citizen and everything that happens politically, economically, and socially within France. In 1630s, Louis XIII establishes that. So this guy is a great ruler. That's how absolute kings work. In 1638, he has his first son named Louis, who will eventually become the great Louis the Great, Louis XIV, which we'll get here in a second. Then he has another son in 1640. He's got two sons in total, Louis XIII. Louis XIV, and then his other son here. What's his name? His name is Philippe, the Duke of Orleans. Louis XIII dies in 1643, leaving his son Louis XIV, the legendary. He's known as the Sun King or just simply Louis the Great. He was on the throne for 72 years. Louis XIV. He is the longest reigning monarch in European history. He actually ended up reigning longer than Queen Elizabeth II. This guy is going to be here for a while. And you'll see how long he lives. So now, his younger brother Philippe is now first in line to the throne. Second in line is his uncle. This guy, remember, was the brother of Louis XIII right here. Louis XIV takes the throne at 4 years old and lives to be 76. He was so powerful during his reign. There were several wars fought just to curb his power. And during the War of the Grand Alliance, which he beat every single other major power in Europe, it's consisting of Prussia, the Holy Roman Empire, England, and all those countries. He has his son in 1661, a legendary figure named Louis le Grand Dauphin. Louis le Grand Dauphin was born in 1661, the eldest child of Louis XIV. Louis XIV, I freaking love this guy. This is my favorite French monarch, Louis XIV. His son was Louis le Grand Dauphin. And then in 1668, he has another son who dies young. And then in 1672, his brother's back. So he only had one son, Louis le Grand Dauphin. But if you can tell, this guy's already, at this point, already been on the throne for 30 years. And he's still got 40 years to go, this man. He has a grandson in 1682. Louis le Grand Dauphin has a son named Louis le Petit Dauphin. So this guy, he's the Duke of Burgundy, Louis le Petit Dauphin. So the throne is expected to go to him and then to him. So Louis the 15th and then Louis the 16th. But it does not. Louis the 14th continues to live and live and live. He is 60 years old. As of 1698, he takes France into the 1700s. And we get through the 1700s, and he's just still trucking along, Louis XIV. I mean, look at this. Look how long he's been king. He actually has ended up reigning longer than Queen Elizabeth II. She's only been on the throne for 70 years. He's on for 72. In 1710, he actually lives to see the birth of his great-grandson, Louis, right here. So he's got a son, a grandson, and a great-grandson ready to take the throne. So it's expected to go Louis XIV, Louis XV, Louis XVI, and Louis XVII. We'll see what happened. Tragic strikes, though, in 1711. Oh, by the way, this Louis here is not the eldest son of Louis le Petit Dauphin. Louis le Petit Dauphin actually has two sons. His eldest right here. But he dies. In 1711, Louis XIV's eldest son, Louis le Grand Dauphin, who is 40 years old at this point, still not king, passed away. So once we get to 1712, Louis le Petit Dauphin is now ready to take the throne. But the problem is, in 1712, two individuals die. Not only does Louis's great-grandson, this guy here, Philippe or Henri, pass away, his grandson, Louis le Petit Dauphin, passes away. Therefore, now the heir is this man here, his other great-grandson, Louis. And then the brother, this guy here is Felipe the Fifth of Spain. Now, I'm not going to go into the how the House of Bourbon ended up ruling in Spain, too. Basically, what happened, there was a war known as the War of the Spanish Succession. which was in 1700, which made it so that the House of Bourbon actually ended up being the senior branch in Spain because they ran out of heirs. So, what happened was Louis XIII's mother, Louis XIV, I think, married a French woman. Or maybe it was Le Grand Dauphin. No, Louis Le Grand Dauphin over here. Louis Le Grand Dauphin married a French woman. And so the line goes through them. So the senior heir at the time to take the Spanish throne was Louis Le Petit Dauphin. But they didn't want France and Spain uniting. So they took Louis Le Grand Dauphin and say, his kids. He has two sons. He's got Felipe in France, in Spanish. His name is Philippe because he's French. But Felipe in Spanish, and then we just know him here as Philip. Just Philip. Like, there's weird ways of saying names. Like, Europe does it like this. Like, there's the name, like, for example, Louis, for example, Louis. In English, it's Louis. In French, it's Louis, and then it's Luis in Spanish. And then same thing with Philip. There's Philip, Philippe in French, and then Felipe in Spanish. And then there's even the same thing for Francois. Francois is French, and then there's Francis in English, and then Spanish is Francisco. There are many ways of saying names. Those are the three main languages. But they say Louis Le Grand Dauphin's like, you know what? We don't want this to intercept Louis XIV. He's still alive. Maybe this was in 1701. Was Louis Le Grand Dauphin actually still alive during the War of Spanish Succession? I guess so. But he says, you know what? My son Le Petit Dauphin, which we already know is not going to happen, he's going to become king of France. And we don't want France and England united because we don't want Le Petit Dauphin becoming the king of France and Spain. We don't need a huge alliance because we hate Spain. I don't like you, so that's not happening. So, little did they know. So they let Louis Le Petit Dauphin's younger brother, Felipe, become king of Spain. He becomes King Felipe el Cinco, which is Philip V, Spain. He is the younger brother of Le Petit Dauphin. Therefore, Le Petit Dauphin here and Felipe V are both the sons of Le Grand Dauphin. He's the second son of Louis Le Grand Dauphin. It was this guy here. But they didn't know. They thought Le Grand Dauphin was going to become the king of France, but he died in 1711. And Le Petit Dauphin ended up not even becoming the king of France because him and his son died in 1712. Oh, remember, this guy here, Louis, the great-grandson of Louis XIV, is the son of Le Petit Dauphin. Le Petit Dauphin had two sons. This guy here, and then his second son, which is this guy. This guy was born in 1710. This guy was born in 1707. You noticed, Louis XIV is still king, by the way. Still king. We're going to read up about Louis XIV because this guy is pretty revolutionary. Remember, he had been on the throne since 1640s. This is when he took the throne. This is the 1710s. He ends up living so long that he ends up outliving both his son and his grandson. Le Grand Dauphin and Le Petit Dauphin both end up getting outlived. So his great-grandson. This is his great-grandson right here. He's 4 years old. So we're going to read about this guy. So shout-outs to Find a Grave for writing this out. Let's say wrote this out. I don't know who wrote this out, but he's the longest-reigning monarch in European history. Louis ascended the throne from his father at the age of 4, with his mother, Anne of Austria, acting as a regent for a little bit, but while still a child, Louis saw his reign threatened by a series of rebellious collectives called the Fronde. When the rebellions were unsuccessful, they impressed upon Louis the need for a strong central government and a weak nobility. So he basically had control of everybody. Essentially, Louis XIV, again, he was the most powerful monarch probably to ever live. He was so powerful. So powerful. Accordingly, he did not appoint his first minister after the previous minister's death. He's like, instead, you know what? Minister dies, whatever. I don't care. We don't need a minister. So there we go. He was a personal absolutist rule, typified by his famous statement, "I am the state," or "L'État c'est moi." That's how you say it in French. I don't know how to pronounce French words, but it's "L'État c'est moi," which means "I am the state." He systematically humbled the great nobles, appointing newly ennobled subjects with fewer hereditary claims for important positions. So that way they can't back up their claims. He just appointed them because he's got to have somebody. Further, he took steps to eliminate the anonymous Protestant Huguenot regions in France. Because remember, if you remember, Henri IV, his grandfather, was Protestant, but Louis XIV himself was strongly Catholic. And that France is still Catholicism today, for the most part, Catholic today. Revoking their charter in 1685. So if we go back here, he's got 2 heirs at this point. Forcing more than 200,000 people into exile. This guy, 200,000. His military campaigns sought to insulate France from foreign aggression and end France's encirclement by hostile neighbors, because everybody hated France in this point. Louis XIV is so powerful, he doesn't care. He takes them all out. As such, he campaigned against the Spanish Netherlands in 1667. So that was back in 1667. He campaigned against them. His heirs, his son, the Grand Dauphin, of course, still at this point. Against the Dutch Protestants from 1672 to 1678 in the 1670s. Though he did not build an empire with these wars, Louis was able to secure additional security for France and partition his enemy's territory. So he took over the Netherlands and a little bit of Spain. Louis was also a master of cultivating a powerful public image, employing the great artists of the French Baroque, I don't know how to say that word, to paint and sculpt his image in glorious manner. The centerpiece of this public display was his palace at Versailles. He created the Palace of Versailles, which were the last few kings of France lived. Where am I at? Treaty of Versailles, same thing. The most impressive royal residence of its day. Louis would also found the academies of painting and sculpture, science, architecture, that kind of stuff. He made Paris a modern city rather than a walled capital that it had used to been. He made Paris very, modern to the time in this around 1700. Remember, he didn't live in Paris like most of the other monarchs. He lived in Versailles because in case somebody tried to take the capital. He faced several setbacks later in life: the War of the League of Augsburg in 1688 to 1697, and the War of the Spanish Succession in 1701. Oh, Felipe V didn't actually take the throne of Spain until 1713. That's why, because Le Grand Dauphin was actually dead. And Le Petit as well. The last of these being an unsuccessful attempt to secure the Spanish throne for his grandson, Felipe, which happened there, thus creating a union of France and Spain, successful the gaining of French security, but also failing to establish French dominance. Louis passed away. His last words were, "I depart. France remains." Said that in French. So that's crazy. So in 1715, Louis XIV ends up passing away, leaving the throne to his great-grandson, who becomes Louis XV. Louis XV is now king. His heir is his brother Felipe V of Spain. Obviously, as we already went through, he was the king of Spain. Shoutouts to RPD2 for writing out that thing. So, where was I at? Oh, right, Louis le Grand Dauphin. So again, le Grand Dauphin, this goes through his line here. Le Petit Dauphin's brother, le Grand Dauphin's son. Remember, Philippe V is that. So now we're in 1716. Louis XIV was king for a crap long time, very long time. Crap long time, what am I even saying? Philippe V actually has a son named Louis I. He becomes Louis I of Spain later on. He was born in 1707. Well, this stays true, but he eventually does die in 1724. Oh yeah, actually, Louis XV takes the throne at 5 years old and actually becomes the very long reigning monarch too. He reigns for about 60 years. So Louis XIV is followed by his great grandson Louis XV, who actually lives to be pretty old too. So Louis XV is going to be on the throne for a while too. So in 1724, this guy dies. The reason you don't see, like, it doesn't last as long is because, like, there's not many changes in the heirs. But Louis XV didn't have any kids. So this is this guy. So in 1725, this is Alfonso VI, no, Fernando VI, the son of Felipe. He's going up and down. Look at this. So once we get to 1728, 1729, actually. 1729 is when Louis XV has his first son. He's the Duke of Burgundy. This guy's name is Louis. He's just a Dauphin. He's Louis Dauphin. Dauphin is the title that's given to the eldest son of the monarch, the heir to the throne in France. Kind of like the Prince of Wales in England. But Louis XV has his first son named Louis Ferdinand Bourbon. He's the only son that Louis XV actually has. He actually only had one son. Remember, it's still an absolute monarchy. It was an absolute monarchy under Louis XIII, Louis XIV, Louis XV, and then his next few monarchs after Louis XV. So, see how that happens. So, it's 1729. This guy makes it to in 1730, actually, Louis XV does have another son. But he ends up dying in 1733. So, Felipe V is back in line. Now, he actually manages to make it all the way to 1746. And in 1746, Felipe, who is actually the uncle of Louis XV right here, dies in 1746. Now, remember, this guy's already been on the throne for 30 years. At this point, Louis XV has. It's kind of crazy to think about that his great-grandson had become his heir, which is kind of crazy. Louis XIV. I just love Louis XIV. I love Louis XV, too. I think this guy looks awesome. No sideburns, but I think I can live with that because his hair, man. Just look at that. Fleur-de-lis, man. Oh, freaking amazing. So once we get to 1747, Fernando VI is back in line. This guy kind of looks like, he looks fake. Like, it doesn't even look like a person. It looks like Humpty Dumpty, to be honest with you. I don't know if you guys can see that. I'm not saying it looks bad. I just say it just looks like Humpty Dumpty. You know what I'm saying? 1747. Once we get to 1750, this guy dies and said, no. In 1751, Louis the Dauphin over here, the Duke of Burgundy, he has a son. His eldest son. This guy ended up having a lot of sons, though. Although Louis XV himself only had one son, this guy here actually ended up having a lot of kids, a lot of sons specifically, and daughters too. He had a lot of daughters too, but daughters don't matter right now. This is Louis Xavier de France. He lived 10 years and dies in 1761. So that's a 10-year period. The decade happens. He's now the grandson of Louis XV. Passed away in 1761. So now once we get to 1762, Louis the Dauphin has a second son here, Louis. Another Louis. There have been a lot of Louis. This guy is now pretty famous. If you guys know much about this, you know that something very bad is going to happen to this man right here. This will eventually become Louis XVI, who is... a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people think Louis XVI was the son of Louis XV, but no, Louis XVI was actually the grandson of Louis XV. Because remember, Louis XIV outlived his son and his grandson, so his great-grandson became king, and then Louis XV was his great-grandson, and then he outlived his son, so Louis XV was followed by his grandson, who was Louis XVI. But Louis XV's eldest son dies in 1765. He was born in 1754, by the way. In 1765, Louis XV's eldest son dies, so now his grandson becomes his heir in 1760s. And then he has a younger brother. He will become Louis XVIII later down the line. Louis XVIII, but that's way down the line. I mean, stuff's going to go down until then. He was not born with the name Louis. He was born with the name, I don't know, but he was all, well, yeah. He eventually came back and defeated a guy that you'll see here later. A famous guy that was born this year in 1769. So Louis XV, he's still king throughout the 1760s. Remember, he's been on the throne since 1715. He's been on the throne for a long time. He's got two grandsons, or his heir, his eldest grandson that's living, most senior grandson, Louis XVI, and then Louis XVIII over here, who is his other grandson. Louis XV ends up dying in 1774, and if you know anything about the 1770s, this was the year that the United States declared independence against Great Britain, becoming one of the first countries to decide, hey, I don't want a king anymore. I hate monarchs. I want rights. I want my rights. Although they hadn't. There was a minister in England. But they took over George III, and that was in 1776 by this point. So that's the United States. But France, remember, France has an absolute monarchy right now. In France, Louis XVI is a good guy. I mean, starting out, he, in the 1770s, when he first becomes king, so his grandfather, Louis XV, dies in 1774. So once we get through the 1770s, he does a lot to help this country that I'm in right now, the United States, be founded, because if it wasn't for France's involvement in that war, we would have probably lost to Britain. And remember, France has hated Britain forever, for hundreds of years at this point. This is really far back. So, this goes all the way back to this. This is when France and Britain, this goes all the way back to the 100 Years' War, which happened all the way back in the 1300s. So we're going all the way back here, back to the 1320s, after Jean I and stuff. So we got to go all the way back here to the 1770s. I'll talk about it once I get there. Hold on, give me a sec. So look how much time has passed. Legendary Louis XIV. Look how long he's king. All right, and this guy's king for quite a while too. Okay. But in 1779, I think it was, France didn't help. France wasn't really helping the colonies. So, well, as I was saying, after Louis XIV dies, Louis XVI doesn't have any kids yet at this point. So his brother Louis XVIII is now his heir, and then he has a younger brother named Charles, who will later become Charles X. Now, they are all the sons of this guy right here, the son of Louis XV. These are all Louis XV's grandchildren right here. So, as I was talking about the American Revolution, Louis XVI actually plays a major part in the United States. The United States plays a major part in what happens in France later on. Here we go here, Oliver. So, in the 1770s, John Adams and Benjamin Franklin actually take a trip to France during the Revolutionary War. They're diplomats. They're not fighting in it. And they go up to Louis XVI, and they ask him, will you please help us defeat Britain? Because Britain had previously taken the territory during the 7 Years' War, which was in the 1750s, back during the reign of Louis XV. He was king during that 7 Years' War, the French and Indian War, which was fighting over, the Ohio, Northwest Territory, northern Canada kind of area, southern Canada kind of areas. And that was that. And France didn't really kind of wanted that territory back, and they're kind of like, we don't really like Britain anyway, so we'll help you declare independence. So Louis XVI said. So he brought in his army, especially at Yorktown, which was in 1781, that battle. Louis XVI had his army there. He was in France, of course. Louis XVI himself wasn't there. So that's what that was. And then in 1783, the Treaty of Paris is signed. They get Britain and the United States, the newly formed nation, into Paris to sign the Treaty of Paris, of course. Louis XVI played a big part in that. But then after that, in 1785, though, Louis XVI has a son named Louis. And then Louis XVIII is now bumped down to this. He only has one son. In 1789, though, the people of France decided that they didn't want to. So if you remember in the 1780s, Louis XVI, he still has complete power over everybody in France. And the people of France in 1789 decided they didn't want a king anymore. Which means it was the start of the French Revolution. Now, this is the late 1700s, a horrible time in history to be a monarch. Because if you saw what happened with George III with the United States, the people of France are like, you know what? Those people were just average people that just decided to group together to rebel and take out the king so that way they could have a democracy and a republic. Why don't we do the same? Louis XVI, this big, stupid, snotty guy that has all the power and stuff, there shouldn't be a king. Why does this guy become king anyway? Because he was the direct male line descendant of Hugh Capet, who lived freaking 800 years ago. 800 years ago. And just because he was born, he has control over everybody. People are actually starting to actually get a brain. Now, if you, for those of you guys that don't know, in the Middle Ages, none of this ever happened. Kings always had power because the nobility were the only people that were actually, trained to read and stuff like that. They purposely kept the poor dumb, the peasants. They kept them stupid, so that way they wouldn't try to rebel against them. They kept them stupid on purpose. But now it's the 1700s, man. This is a huge revolution period. In France, Louis XVI is not going to go out good. The revolution happens in the 1780s, 90s, and early 1790s, and Louis XVI has an army, and he tries to defeat the people, try to put down the rebellion, but he can't do it. The French Revolution is so big. And then in 1793, his Queen Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI, they come in the palace of Versailles. People break in, they grab Louis XVI, take him outside. In January of 1793, give him the guillotine treatment. They say, we're done with your crap, Louis XVI. And they behead him and his wife, Marie Antoinette. So then you ask, well, what happens to his son and all the other guys in line? Did they kill them too? No, they put him in prison. They imprison his son. So that way they're like, well, Louis XVI's dead. That means his son gets to become king. No, they lock up this guy. They lock up Louis XVIII and Charles. So by the time we get to 1794, Louis XVI is dead. And the French Revolution is now in full swing. Basically, the French monarchy will never be the same. That was when it reached its peak. It was the height of the power between when Louis XV was king and Louis XVI. But after Louis XVI died, the French monarchy basically ceased to exist. But his son Louis XVII is now allegedly the king, but he's not because he's in jail. He's in prison. Same thing with his uncles, Louis XVIII and Charles X. They're all in prison. But Louis XVII ends up dying in 1795. So now in 1796, allegedly Louis XVIII is now on the throne. That's why they call Louis XVII. He never really ruled. He was a 10-year-old kid, and he gets executed in 1795. Living now, Louis XVIII is king in 1796 and 1797 and 1798. In 1796, though, the French people actually create something known as the République. France becomes a republic for about 4 years. It is not a stable government at all. And Louis XVIII, he's behind bars, of course, and that gives a great opportunity for a famous general to come in. Oh, this is an heir, by the way. This is Charles X's son. His name is Louis Antoine or something like that. A famous general named Napoleon Bonaparte to come in 1799 and take over France because they have a really bad republic that is not very good. And he decides, you know what, I'm going to become the emperor. And he becomes the emperor of France, the first person to be first person in France to rule as an emperor since this guy. All the way back to Louis the First. Louis the First. Louis the Pious. Last person to rule as an emperor in France before Napoleon was this guy. Back when it was still the Franks. This guy was the last emperor to rule France until we get to Napoleon, which first takes over in 1799. Napoleon just shows up. He establishes a new house called the Bonapartes. The Bonapartes, it doesn't last long because it's kind of like a dictatorship type thing, but he was a fantastic general, conquered a ton of Europe, and France was one of the first places that he did. He was actually there when the Louisiana Purchase was sold. He sold it to us. Look at all these people. None of these were emperors until 1799, when Napoleon is king. His heir is his brother. Well, let's just see here. His brother here is a man by the name of, oh my gosh. All right. Joseph Bonaparte. He's actually older than Napoleon, but Napoleon is kind of hard to tell because usually kings don't have older brothers because, you know, if they're the king, they were probably the oldest brother to start with, or their older brother died. So that's what happened. So they don't have older brothers. So that was kind of weird to know that. But Joseph actually doesn't have any kids. So then it's another brother born in 1779. This guy here, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon rules, and then in 1804, that's when he I believe, becomes the emperor, which is in 1804. And then he has a son in 1811. He has a son who becomes Napoleon II, who kind of rules for 2 weeks, but, you know, I didn't put him on here because it was for 2 weeks in 1814. In 1814, Louis XVIII back here decides to build up an army to try to take the throne back for the Bourbons. They try to bring the traditional monarch of the Bourbons back in 1814, and actually do defeat Napoleon. And Louis XVIII actually becomes a king. I don't know if he's an absolute ruler, but he's the king. The Bourbons are back on the throne. This guy is the son, the grandson of Louis XV. Things seem to be back on track. And then he's got this guy down here. So he rules until his death in 1824. And then his brother, Charles X, becomes king. He has a son who becomes Louis XIX later down the line. Technically, allegedly, Louis XIX. You'll see what happens with him. He's the shortest reigning monarch in human history, this guy here. And then he's got his nephew is a guy named Henri right here, who actually reigns as Henri V for about a few months. So now we're actually in black and white pictures, ladies and gentlemen. We are in photos. This is 1825. In 1830, people decide, I hate the king. I just hate kings. They just do not like kings in France. And Charles X was, people like, I don't like Charles X at all. People were all right with Louis XVIII, but Charles X, no, they don't like him. So they forcefully get Charles X to abdicate, which means he gives up the throne. And he fills out his papers, you know. So allegedly, because they're going to leave the throne for a more liberal form of monarchy ruled by the Orleans, which are somehow related through, I believe, through Louis XIV, with a guy named Louis Philippe right here. But he signs abdication papers, and about 20 minutes later, they get Louis Antoine to sign them. So he was allegedly king for 20 minutes as Louis the 19th, because Louis Philippe wasn't really there yet. So this guy was king for 6 years, and then Louis the 19th, his son, technically ruled for 20 minutes, becoming the shortest reigning monarch in human history. So Louis the 14th, back here, this is the last time I'm going to go back up. This guy was the longest reigning monarch in European history, and then the shortest reigning one was Louis the 19th. That was Louis the 14th. Louis the 19th. But yeah, he abdicates, and then his nephew over here abdicates as well in 1830. That all happens in 1830, and then in 1831 we get Louis Philippe from the House of Orleans. He's a monarch, but he's a more liberal monarchy ruled by the people, which is kind of weird for have a monarchy that's ruled by the people. But hey, that's how it is. So he doesn't really have an heir per se, because nobody actually ever takes the throne after him, because after he dies, France decides to get rid of the liberal monarchy and form a second republic in 1848. But these guys are his heirs right now. I'm not going to say who they are for right now. I'm just going to really just concerned with the monarchs right now, but you can see who the heirs are. That was kind of his brother, I think. These are his brothers. This all happens until 1848. This guy here is born. I believe this guy's the son of Louis Philippe, so he has a son in 1838, and then another son in 1843. So these are both the sons of Louis Philippe the First. He's known as Louis Philippe the First. It's crazy because we have 19 Louis, and then we have 6 Philippes, and then there's just Louis Philippe. So I don't really know. But that happens until 1848. 1848, we have the Second République formed, and then in 1849, 1850, and 1851. In 1852, the nephew of Napoleon, back here, becomes king. Or no, he kind of tries to take over and do just what his uncle did and try to make France an empire. So, his name was Napoleon III. If you didn't know who Napoleon II was, it was that guy that reigned for 2 weeks. Napoleon's son was Napoleon II. So he's Napoleon III. So he takes the throne in 1852, becoming the emperor. He's an emperor, Emperor Napoleon III. So he actually ends up ruling France, and he's known as the last French monarch. And these are the Bonapartes right here. So this guy here is, I believe, the son. This is the son, Napoleon Eugene Louis Jean. Napoleon Eugen Louis Jean Joseph de Bonaparte. This guy is his eldest son. He was born in 1856. Wait, no, that's not him yet. No, that's not him. He's not there yet. This is actually Napoleon III's bro. Nah. Who is this guy? Let's find out. Jerome Bonaparte was another brother of Napoleon. He had a son. I want to say this is Jerome Patterson Bonaparte, right here in 1852. No. He was actually dead by that point. So this is his son, Jerome Napoleon Bonaparte. He was a colonel during the, I don't know what war that would have been. He was actually a colonel during the Civil War, the American Civil War. This guy actually lived in the United States. This was an American man. He wasn't France. He wasn't French. Well, he was French. He had French heritage. But his heirs from the United States. He was born in Maryland. Whoa! Napoleon's brother, Jerome, had a son in England who then moved to Maryland and then had this guy. So this guy didn't even live in France. Oh, God. I get it. So, and then this guy here is his brother, Charles Joseph Bonaparte, who's 1 year old at this time. Fast forward on to 1856. Napoleon III has a son here, the late Prince. He is the last heir to be first in line. 1856. So this goes to the 1860s. And in that brings us to 1870, when France becomes a republic for the rest of history, at least up to this point, unless they bring back a monarch. But from 1870 to now, France has been a republic. They found the Third Republic in 1870, which lasted until 1940, when Hitler and the Nazis take over Germany. Or not Germany, take over France during World War II. And then in 1945, after that ends, they occupied that for about 5 years. Hitler took that over. After Hitler died, they created the Fourth Republic, which lasted until, I think, 1957, and then the Fifth Republic, which is what it is now. What are the difference between those republics? Well, they changed their constitution a few times. France decided to change the constitution quite a bit, a few times. So that is that guy. But no more French monarchs. But the question is, since 1870 wasn't that long ago, who would be the king of France today? What if we kept going? Past Napoleon III, and we went through his heirs. And yes, the answer is yes, we can actually trace a line to the present day to see who the king of France would be today had Napoleon III kept his empire. Now, to find the king of France, Useful Charts did a video on this. He found 3 separate candidates for the title. But this is the most traditional one right here, because this guy is actually, this was the latest empire. So what if we just keep going past 1870 to the modern day? So if we start in 1871, Napoleon III actually lived until 1873. He lived 3 years after he was deposed. So let's say that Napoleon III lives and rules until his death in 1873. What happens afterwards? Well, his eldest son, the late prince, actually becomes a king. The son of Napoleon III, he becomes, his name is, oh, God. So he becomes king after, let's say he becomes king after. So this is all made up. This is where we depart from real history and actually enter alternative history. So this is the late prince right here, Robert. Ooh. Do you know? I'm trying to find Napoleon here. Try to pull him up. Try to pull back up Napoleon III, if you know what I mean. Alrighty. Okay, so Napoleon III has his son. His name is Napoleon Eugene. So he becomes King Emperor Napoleon the Fourth in 1874. So we have Napoleon the Fourth right here as king. Now this is, again, this is all made up stuff. This is just, well, I'm not making up. It'd be a fun video to do if I just made up who'd be king today. I mean, I can easily do that for fun, but We want actual. This is actual facts, and when it comes to this stuff, we probably want the actual factual evidence on who would be king today. So I could easily just make up somebody to be the king of France, but because I'm good at making that kind of stuff up. But we want to see who would actually be king if the line continued. So we're going to say this is King Napoleon IV right here. He lives until 1879. But actually, in 1878, this guy dies, and then he has a son or something. And then 1879, Napoleon IV dies, and then this guy, the American guy, actually becomes the king. So he'd have to come over from the United States to take the throne. This guy would become Emperor Jerome. Emperor Jerome. We're saying emperors because we're saying if the empire still existed. So by 1880, we'd have an Emperor Jerome right here. And then Jerome has got a son named Jerome as well. This is Jerome. So this guy would become Jerome the First. Emperor Jerome the First. And then this guy is still chilling here. What happened in 1893? In 1893, Jerome the First would have died, leaving the throne to his son, who becomes King Jerome II, Emperor Jerome II. This is his uncle Charles, and then Charles's heir. He doesn't have any sons, so after that we get to a man down here by the name of the son of Napoleon Joseph Charles Bonaparte, who was the son of Napoleon's brother Jerome. Had a son named Napoleon. This guy's name is also Napoleon, so he is now second in line after Charles. So Jerome II is now king in 1894. We fast forward, now we're into 1900 right now. Head on forward to not much happens until we get to 1911. No, 1920s happen. 1921, Charles here dies, and so now Napoleon is now. They're all named. This is all Bonapartes, by the way. These are all Bonapartes. Napoleon here becomes the next heir, the heir to Jerome II. Jerome II's been on the throne for a while. He actually ends up ruling for over 50 years. He would have ended up ruling for over 50 years. And this is Louis right here. So this is Charles's son, Louis, I think. I think it's his son. Yes, it is. This is Napoleon's son, Louis. Napoleon dies in 1926, I think. So now Louis is now the heir. And then he's got his uncle, I believe. Yes, it's his uncle named Louis as well. These guys are both named Louis. Jerome II is still king. Jerome II. After this, though, there would have been a dead monarchy because we can't really trace Napoleon Bonaparte's line back much farther than the 1600s, and they actually run out of male heirs after Jerome II's heir, who is Louis here. Louis, that, but Jerome II, he still has a chance to redeem and keep the Bonapartes going, which he does, and he ends up ruling until 1945. So look how long he's been on the throne. He's been on the throne since the 1890s, which is pretty long. Jerome II. Jerome II would have reigned for quite a long time. Obviously, there would have been different kids and different things would have happened. The world wouldn't be the same right now. But we're just saying everything stays normal, except for the existence of an actual king. But in 1945, his son becomes King Louis the 20th. Louis the 20th, he would have become, because we're counting that 20-minute guide to Louis the 19th. So whether you buy it or not, if he was king, this could either be, Louis the 19th for you or Louis the 20th for you. I'm just calling him Louis the 20th because we already technically had Louis the 19th, and I don't know who that king was. Who was king for that 20-minute period? I don't know. Louis the 19th was, so there you go. But Louis the 20th does end up having a son in 1950, and this guy is still alive right here. His son was born in 1950, and he is alive to this day. His name is who is Bourbon candidate for being the most senior heir of Napoleon III. So, what I'm saying is, so this guy's still alive. So Louis the 20th would have a son in 1950 named Charles. This guy's name is Charles. And then in 1957, he has another son who is still alive with a person that I can't find a picture of him, and I don't know his name, but he has a son. And these are actually people privately living in the real world today. So I don't want to expose and give you too much information about them. So that's that. So he's behind the Napoleon thing. Charles here is, yeah, he's still alive. So Louis the 20th continues to reign all the way until, well, 1986. Charles has a son named Jean. Jean Christophe is his name. He was born in 1986. People consider him to be the Bonapartist king today, if the monarchy were to still exist. But we'll see how that goes. Jean Christophe. I promise you this is the same guy. I just changed the picture a little bit. Louis the 20th continues to reign until he dies in 1997 is when Louis the 20th would have died, leaving now the throne to King Charles the 11th. Charles the 11th would have now been king, and Charles the 11th actually would have remained the monarch to the present day, with his heir being Jean Christophe. So we then get a King Jean III, and whoever this guy is. I don't remember his name, but there he is. So that stays the same since 1998, so nothing's changed. We would have had a King Charles the 11th since... Whoa! I'm not spoiling anything. We would have had a King Charles the 11th since 1998. So that's pretty sweet. Now, that's not a clear evidence to who they might have chosen to be the heir today. Now, that's if the Bonapartist monarchy would have continued. What if the Orleans line under Louis Philippe the First would have lasted until 2022? So we're going to see who the king of France would be if we were to follow the Orleans line. And then we're going to do one more line after this. So Louis Philippe I is king in 1848 of the liberal monarchy. And he's got his two sons right here as his heirs. 1850. He died in 1850. 1773. He's famous. So Louis Philippe I would have reigned in 1849. Because remember, that's when they established the Second Republic. And then in 1850 is when Louis Philippe dies. He would have been succeeded by his eldest son, Ferdinand. No, not Ferdinand. Ferdinand was dead by that point. Ferdinand's eldest son is a guy named Louis Philippe. This guy's name is Louis Philippe. So Louis Philippe I would have been followed by Louis Philippe II. Right here, this would have been Louis Philippe II, 1851. Here are his heirs. And then after him, he would have ruled until 1860. No, 18. These are some sons and stuff. These are just the heirs that happened at the time. So these his sons. I think these might be his sons. Yes, this is Philippe de Orleans right here, Philippe. And then this is his other son named Ferdinand. So this is remember, this is King. Well, this is probably still a liberal monarchy if we would have kept the same thing. So this is probably King Louis Philippe II. Now, he ends up dying in 1894, leaving the throne to his son, Philippe. We would have gotten King Philippe VII right here. Now, his name's just Philippe, not Louis Philippe, so it's not Louis Philippe III. It would have been Philippe VII, because we had previously had 6 Philippes. The last Philippe, though, died in 1350, so it had been a while since we had last had a King Philippe, but he would have been Philippe VII, this guy here. And he lived until 1926. His brother ended up dying at some point. This is his uncle, by the way. This is the younger brother of Louis Philippe II. I'm just calling him by. This is one their actual names, though. In 1911, Philippe VII would have had a oh my God, we're at a crisis now. So he had a brother in 1840, 1910. Robert de Orleans. Oh no, I gotta find this heir. This is a guy named Jean de Orleans. He was actually a prince. They kept the titles of princes. They're just like principalities now, the Orleans. The Orleans actually still hold nobility today because they are descended from the House of Orleans, which is a actual, noble house. So he was born in 1874, but this guy ended up dying in 1910. So now Jean is now in there. So this guy ends up ruling until Philippe VII ends up ruling until 1926. In 1924, his younger brother Ferdinand dies. So now Jean is now the heir, and then Jean has a son named Henri, and Henri was born in 1908. And actually lived to be 91. He lived all the way until 1999, this guy here. So in 1926, after the death of Philippe VII, his son would have taken over as Jean III. Remember, we're not going back to the Bonapartes. We're not counting them. This would have been King Jean III, because after Jean II and Jean I. Remember, Jean I was just that baby that lived for 5 days, but he was king. And then this guy, Jean II, it was Jean the Good. And this is Jean III, right here, this would have been. And he's got his son, Henri. And then this guy over here is Henri's brother by the name of... No, this isn't a brother. This is some sort of uncle or something crap. He's not important, though. The succession. So, in 1933, Henri has his son, this guy over here, by the name of Henri Philippe Pierre-Marie de Orléans. This guy actually lived up until very recently. He is not still alive. He is the one, I think, who appears as the heir in Useful Charts video. I believe he was still alive when that was made, but I'm not sure. He died in 2019, which we'll get to here later. So not much changes until we get to 1940, when Jean III would have died, leaving the throne now to Henri. This guy would have become King Henri VI. Because you remember Henri V was, that guy that ruled for a few months. He was a Bourbon. This is a Orléans. And then Henri IV was that Bourbon guy. That was the 8th cousin of the previous king. And then Henri III got assassinated. That guy tried to convert England back, or France back to, or try to convert England. Why do I keep saying England? Tried to convert France to Protestantism. And then there was Henri II and then Henri I way back in 1008. So that's him there. I'm just kind of blazing through this because we've been doing this video for a long time. So by this point, 1960, this is another brother of some sort. This is his brother, Philippe's brother over here. These guys are all French. Philippe has a son in 1961, and I forgot this guy's name. What's his name? Francois. So now he's the second heir after Henri VI here. Not much goes down until he dies, Henri VI dies in 1999. Had he have become king, he would have ruled for about 60-some years, which is pretty good. So then he would have been succeeded by Henri VII right here. This guy would have become Henri VII, with his heir being Francois. And then this guy over here, who is still alive, His name is, don't know his name. Who is the head of the House of Orleans? Jean. His name is Jean. All right. So this is Henri the Seventh right here. This is 2000. We're now in the 2000s. Not much happens until 2017. In 2017, Francois over here dies, sadly. And then in 2019, this guy dies. Henri the Seventh, King Henri the Second. So we would have had a King Jean the Fourth since 2019 as king. He's got 2 young boys as kings. So this guy here, his son, I don't know his name. I think his name's Louis, but I could be wrong. Heir. His name is Jean. No, that's not him. Head of the house. I don't know. Yeah, this guy, this is their sons, though. He's got 2 sons. So that is the Orleans candidate. So if we would have kept the liberal monarchy, we would have ended up with a King Jean the Fourth. And if we would have kept with the Bonapartes, we would have ended up with a King, well, I forgot his name, but something like that. Now, what if we do, this is the one that I personally believe to be the true line of succession, the traditional. What if we go back to the traditional monarchs, the Capet branch / the Bourbons? Now, this is where we get a direct male line all the way to the present day. Bourbon was just a junior branch of the Capets, so the Capets were technically still part of the Bourbons. What if the French Revolution never happened and the succession continues normally after the death of Louis XVI? So we'll say Louis XVI gets executed still, but they're able to put down the rebellion and the Republic is never formed. What would happen next? So we start with 1795, 2 years after the death of Louis XVII. So Louis XVIII is on the throne. This goes all the way back to the glory days of the French monarchy, back when it was full. So what if the Bourbons were to hold on to power? Who would be king today? This is who I believe would be king today. So in 1795, you got your classic Louis XVIII and stuff. Instead of Napoleon happening, there would have been no republic. So Napoleon probably wouldn't have been able to defeat the French armies. So once we get into 1800, Louis XVIII probably would have become king. So we're saying the French Revolution happened with the execution of Louis XVI, but they're able to put it down afterwards. And Louis the 18th was able to become king until 1824, and then we obviously get Charles X. This is all just the same stuff. That's obviously, back in until we get to 1836. Now, Charles X abdicated in 1830, but by 1836, it was when he actually died. So then he would have actually been succeeded by Louis XIX. Louis XIX would have ended up ruling for a long time more than he would have before, because he actually made it all the way to 1844. I mean, not very long reign of only 8 years, but way better than 20 minutes, I think. So he would have become that. And then we get to Henri V. This guy would have actually been Henri V. He would actually have ruled for a little bit. After Henri V, though, the French Bourbon line is actually dead because his heir right now is a French person here. He is actually descended. So if we go back to all the way back to Louis le Grand Dauphin, way back here. I gotta go way back. Louis le Grand Dauphin. You live back in the 1600s. There we go. Louis le Grand Dauphin. If you remember, he had a son, Le Petit Dauphin, and then he had a son named Felipe, who became the King of Spain. And it's through his line now that we're going through. So every single monarch now are on the Spanish branch. So these guys are all Spanish now. So I'm just going to let you know the current king is actually a Spaniard. He's not French. where did we end? We ended about 1840 something, 1850. This guy ended up dying in 1850. This guy ended up dying in 1855. Henri the Fifth actually would have ended up ruling until 1886. So he would have ended up ruling for a long time. The monarchy still existed in this time. This was actually during the Napoleon III's empire in the 1850s. That was during that. So anyhow, this guy. Oh man, tired. I don't know what year he was born, but 1820. I know his first name is Henri. We know that. Trying to find him. Guess I'm just gonna have to look up Louis the 16th and then find him from there. Okay. Okay, so this Spanish guy here. I'm just trying to find Spanish guy. So we have to go up to Le Grand Dauphin, so be it. That's how it is. And then Le Petit. Actually, we gotta just go up to Le Petit Dauphin. That was his brother. Okay. And there was the Duke of Berry too, who was a different one. So we're gonna go through Carlos III's line, I think. No, we're not. Yeah, we are. Oh man, Carlos IV. He's got a son, Fernando VII. And then, well, for those of you that don't know, you're probably just like, oh, we're going down the Spanish branch through. Well, you'll see in a second. We're just going to end up with King Felipe VI of Spain. Not exactly, and you'll see why later down the line. Something caused him to become king that wasn't really hereditary. This is Carlos Maria Benito de Bourbon. Now, Bourbon actually, King Felipe VI of Spain is actually part of the House of Bourbon. The House of Bourbon still rules in Spain in 2022, to this day in Spain, the House of Bourbon. And Felipe VI actually only has daughters. So I think Spain has actually switched to a rule set known as absolute primogeniture, which means it doesn't matter what gender you are, whoever's the oldest gets to become the monarch, which some most monarchies are nowadays. But not France. We'll just say France could stick with the agnatic. But like I said, Japan was the only one to actually continue that. So this guy dies in 1855, but he's got a son named, I believe this is Carlos Luis Maria Fernando. And then this is Juan Carlos Maria de Bourbon, who is now the second heir to Henri V. He dies in 1861, leaving now Juan Carlos Maria is now the heir. And then after him is his son Carlos de Bourbon. He was born in 1848, died in 1909. Henri V continues to rule until his death in 1883 is when Henri V would have died. He would have been succeeded by the Spaniards. So he was actually French. This guy was Spanish, and that's how the rest of them are going to be. But anyway, this is Juan Carlos. He would have reigned as... So since we're French, we're going to take the French version of Juan. And Juan is basically John. And John in French is Jean. So we'll say this is Jean the Third. We would have gotten a King Jean the First or a King Juan the Third, but Juan is not French. This is Jean. They probably would have called him Jean. So we would have had a union between France and Spain. So Spain and France would have been united at this point. This guy is his son, Carlos, and then this over here, I believe, is Alfonso Carlos, who is his younger brother. This guy only rules until 1887, and then he would have been succeeded by Carlos, who Carlos is the same as... It's not Charles, is it? Carlos is not French. So what's Carlos in French? What is Carlos? I think it might be Charles. Or Charles. Charles. So this guy would have become Charles the 11th or Charles. Charles is just English. I just say Charles because Charles sounds weird. Charles the 11th. This guy would have become. He would have ruled all the way to. Oh, by the way, this guy over here is I don't remember his name, but he's somehow related in there. Of course, he's also French. No, he's Spanish. Oh, he's got Spanish. No. Man. Okay, so let's look. So you got to go down here to Francisco. His children ain't. I know that guy died. I know what year he died though, so that might help a little bit. Say Spain is where he's buried. I do not remember. Oh no, he was born in 18. No, he Oh, that might be. No, it was. Okay, I found him. No, I did not. No, I still did not. Oh, I'm looking for him, guys. I'm looking for him. Oh, no, I swear I didn't. Could have definitely. Man, I I don't remember what year he died. This guy, I don't know his name. He would have become king though for a little bit. So this is during the reign of Charles the 11th. Charles the 11th would have died eventually in 1909, leaving this guy here as the new king. This guy's name is good old. What did I say his name was? I forgot. That was in 1909. He's probably buried in Spain. So after Charles the 11th, we would have gotten a king. Oh my goodness. Carlos. This is Carlos. Oh, what does he look like again? Gosh. Fernando, I lost him. Fernando the 7th, I lost. Oh no. I lost my spot. I don't know where I'm at. I don't know how they put these guys' names in. Okay. I think I might be back. No, wait, not. Yes, I kind of am. This is Francisco. Enrique. No, it's this guy. No, not necessarily. Oh my God. Maybe it was his brother. This guy, Carlos. Okay. This is his son, Juan Carlos. Yeah, Jean. We did Jean. This would have been Carlos. His name is Alfonso. This is Carlos. We already found this is Charles the 11th. This guy would have been. His name is Alfonso. What's Alfonso in French? See if they would have had her. I don't know what Alfonso is. Alphonse. So we would have gotten a King Alphonse the first, or just Alphonse. This guy here is an heir somehow. Don't know his name, but I know he lived a long time. I gotta find him. I think it's through Paul. Francisco Paul. No, he was older than Ferdinand. Yeah, he was young. I already did his line. This would be Francisco. Then we get through his line. Children. This could have been one of the kids. Very well, could have been Francis Alfonso the 12th. This is Alfonso the 13th right here. I don't know this guy. I really don't know who this guy is. Maybe he was a son of some sort. He probably was. Just don't know his name. What year did he die, though?
So this guy would have ruled until his death as King Alphonse. Died in 1931, and this guy would have became king. Oh, what year did he die? Died in 1939. I know he was born in like 1840 something. Dies in 1939. And I'll just do birth date order. Or maybe it was 1847. It could have been. Spain. Trying to find this guy. Sorry it's taking so long. I'm gonna be flat honest with you. I have no idea what this guy's name is. But anyway, this guy would have ruled. Alphonse would have ruled until 1931, and then this guy would have ruled until 1933. This guy is King Alfonso the 13th, so he would have become Alphonse the Second of France, but he was actually Alfonso the 13th of Spain. He was the last king of Spain before Francisco Pizarro. No, not Pizarro. Francisco Franco took it over during the Spanish Civil War, which was in 1936. They had the Spanish Civil War, and he took over. Francisco Pizarro, but he dies in 1941. What am I saying here? Yeah, this guy actually has a son here. This guy never had any kids. He abdicated after a while. So 1941 is when he dies. This guy is now the heir, and this is where we get to the more recent House of Bourbon. Again, these guys are all Spanish. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know that guy's name. I do know that I'm going to have to go look for Alfonso the 13th, and then I can probably find him. I think he might have been the son of Alfonso the 13th, but Alfonso the 13th's kids didn't get to inherit the throne because he was taken over by the dictador, who lived until 1975. This guy is Jaime. Is this Jaime? This might be Jaime. This is Jaime. Jaime is James, and James in French is, I believe, Jean. I think it'd just be Jean. So we might get a Jean the 4th. I'm not Jean. James. James is James. So this would have just been James, King James of France, right here. And he ruled until 1975. This is, I believe, his son over here. Could be wrong. Yeah, that's his son, Alfonso. And then he has his uncle right here, named, no, his brother. His uncle. No, his brother. He was born in 1913. His name is Juan Bourbon. This all holds true until this guy has a son, which will be in 1972. This guy here is born, this child. He doesn't live long. There's a horrible accident that happens. I think it was. Don't remember. Yeah, this guy dies in a car crash in 1984, so he doesn't become the heir. King James would have died in 1975, leaving the throne to this guy, Alphonse. Alphonse would have become Alphonse the Third at this point. I believe Alphonse the Third. Yes, he would have become King Alphonse the Third, and then he has two sons right now. This is Francisco right here. He would have become Francois the Third, but that didn't happen. And then there's this guy over here who is Alphonse, something Alphonse. Who is the legitimate? He's known as the Pretender. This is Louis Alphonse. So Louis, he claims to be Louis the 20th. This guy is now the heir. Still alive. These two are not alive. In 1984, this guy, child here, died in a car accident, so he's gone. And then in 1989, there was a car accident between Well, actually, what happened was in 1984, it was these three individuals in a car, and then this guy ended up dying in the back seat, and then he was really severely injured. But the dad survived, Alphonse III. But then he dies in a skiing accident in 1989. So now this guy is now the king of France, becomes King Louis the 20th. This guy would have been another King Louis the 20th. He actually claims to be Louis the 20th. And then this guy here is the father of Juan Carlos. Juan Carlos is actually the former king of Spain. He abdicated back in 2014, I think. He's still alive. He became king after Francisco Franco died in 1975. So he actually abdicated in 2014. This guy ends up dying in 1993. And now the second in line is Felipe VI of Spain. This is the king of Spain. Again, this guy's a Spaniard, but he claims the throne of France right now. Not much happens in the 2000s. And then in 2010, this guy has two sons. He has two twins in 2010. Now, I'm pretty experienced with monarchies and how they work with the succession, but I don't really know how they would deal with a twin. So I don't know who would become the legitimate pretender after these two, but this holds true until 2022. So now we would have had a King Louis the 20th on the throne of France if they would have held power. Now, remember, this guy is technically part of the House of Capet. These two boys and this guy and everybody we see here is all direct male line descendants. Everybody in the middle are all direct male line descendant. No, everybody on here is a direct male line descendant, except for these Bonapartes coming up, of this guy. The guy who took over Louis V all the way back in 987. You know him. You love him. His name is and drum roll. Capet. They are all direct male line descendants of Hugh Capet, is why they are on the throne. And we did this whole video, guys. So I really want to thank you guys for watching so much. Sorry this was so long. This, I believe, is now my longest video on my channel besides live streams. Oh, we go back even further than this. Look how far back we went, guys. Look how far back. We went to the fall of the Roman Empire. 476. We went freaking far. So, with that, I want to thank you guys for watching. What do you think about who do you think has the best claim to the French throne today? And what do you guys think? Is there anything I missed? I think I did this pretty much accurate. And I hope you guys learned a lot from this video because it certainly helped me get a better understanding of France. And if this video does well, and you guys want to see me do another kingdom, I would very love to do the Holy Roman Empire next. If you guys want to see that, it would probably not be as long, and we could probably find out who the Holy Roman Emperor would be today. So I'll do the Holy Roman Empire next if this does well. But that's just what I decided. And I'll eventually probably do it one day, but if this does just as well as the English one did, we'll see. I don't think it will, but it might. Anyway, so this is now the current times with the legitimate glory days of the monarchy, and we're getting to the current day with the current monarch, Louis the 20th. Long reign, Louis the 20th. And with that, guys, I want to thank you for watching. Be sure to comment, like, and subscribe. And I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye. Wah!